Having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, January 9th, 2024, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitever.
Here.
Alder Vitever is present. Alder Wahelia.
Here.
Alder Wahelia is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Curry is present. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is here. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Alder Govindarajan.
Here.
Alder Govindarajan is here. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Here.
Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Knox.
Here.
Alder Knox is here. Alder Latimer Burris.
Here.
Alder Latimer Burris is here. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is here. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Here.
Alder Martinez Rutherford is here. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Alder Miadze is here. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Slack.
Here.
Alder Slack is present. Madam Mary. Oh, sorry. Alder Tischler. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm here.
Alder Tischler is here as well. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I just want to start the meeting by thanking our street staff who are out plowing the roads as we speak for their hard work and their continued hard work across multiple shifts. They, I'm sure, will be at it all night doing a general plow. And I also want to thank everybody else on Team City who's been a part of responding to the snow today and or continuing to provide the excellent services they provide despite the snow. And thank everybody who was able to stay home and off the roads to make it easier for all those folks to do their jobs. I hope all of you were able to stay warm and safe today and will be able to not have to go out in the snow going forward. Just want to remind folks of some of the Zoom etiquette. Please do use the raise hand function if you wish to be recognized. If you are able, please do keep your camera on throughout the meeting. There's a couple alders that have notified me that that's not possible tonight, but they will be there for purposes of quorum. But for the rest of you, if you need to go off camera, please make it be brief or let me know in case we approach the magic quorum number. We have a number of honoring resolutions tonight. And we will start with item 1, which is Legistar 81269, honoring the 50th anniversary of the Madison Arts Commission. Alder Rummel, would you do the honors, please?
Thank you, Mayor, and greetings to your cat. I'm going to edit this one. It's kind of long, but you can read it the whole thing in Legistar. Whereas on January 8th, 1974, the Common Council passed Resolution 25-838, providing for a Cultural Affairs Committee to coordinate and advise the Common Council in matters relating to cultural affairs in the city of Madison. And whereas in 2024, the Madison Arts Commission, MAC, formerly called the Madison Cultural Affairs Committee, Madison Committee for the Arts, and City Arts, celebrates 50 years of integrating, supporting, and advancing arts and culture as an essential part of life in Madison. And whereas through MAC, the city helps sustain our creative sector by providing funding and other resources to support thousands of artists and arts organizations who provide the art, music, cultural programs, events, and arts education that make Madison distinct. And whereas over the last 5 decades, MAC has served as the city's cultural representative for community initiatives and entities wishing to advance cultural goals, such as the creation of the Civic Center and subsequent Overture Center, the Madison Public Library's efforts to establish the Bubbler program, and partnering with Madison Metropolitan School District and others to create Any Given Child Madison. And whereas in 1977, Madison became one of the first municipalities to have a poet laureate in the United States. And in 2008, the Madison Arts Commission assumed responsibility for the Poet Laureate program, broadening its impact through programs such as bus lines, poetry and sidewalks, and the Youth Poet Laureate program. And whereas in 2019, the Percent for Art ordinance created a designated funding mechanism to further the city's commitment to embed public art and placemaking as part of the city building process, thus enriching the experience of living in or visiting Madison. Whereas in July of 2014, the Madison Arts Commission authored a music equity report raising strong concerns related to audience and artist access to hip hop, and requested that the city establish a task force on equity in music and entertainment to develop a plan to address inequities in our music sector. And whereas the work of the task force on equity in music and entertainment, accepted by the Common Council in November of 2018, has evolved into a broad collective impact project called Greater Madison Music City, which continues to champion equity in music and entertainment. And whereas the Madison Arts Commission continues to make arts and culture accessible to all and champions policies of cultural equity by encouraging, supporting, and sponsoring diverse artistic activities by emerging and professional artists and arts organizations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Common Council recognize the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Madison Arts Commission. Be it further resolved that the mayor and the Common Council recognize the work of the many individuals, including staff, members of MAC, and other volunteers for their dedication and community service in developing the city's arts program over time. Be it further resolved that the mayor and the Common Council acknowledge the creative sector for advancing arts and culture as an essential part of life in Madison. Be it finally resolved that the mayor and the Common Council hereby renew our commitment to support arts and culture in Madison through the work of the Madison Arts Commission for the next 50 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. We will take that as moved by Alder Rummel and seconded by President Curry. And we have with us, I believe, the chair of the Madison Arts Commission, Nick, and the staff person for the Madison Arts Commission, Karen. If the two of you want to turn your cameras on, you're welcome to say a few words in receiving the honoring resolution.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have been chair now since this past April, and I was actually the individual who took the photo that's the attachment on the Legistar item. That was the original establishment of MAC. And in my time as chair, it's been really amazing to dig into the history and find the ways in which arts and culture has been part of city government, as the resolution stated, with the creation of the Civic Center in 1974, when the resolution was adopted to establish what is now known as the Madison Arts Commission. There are literally like 50 different items that are specifically talking about arts and culture, mostly related to the Civic Center, the acquisition of the, former Montgomery Ward building. And I guess I am just extremely honored to be a part of this part of city government. I'm excited for the continued ways in which we can make sure that arts and culture remains like a top priority, because as we all know, as people that live here, the Madison is like home to so many great artists and creative people, and it's really one of the things that makes this place such a great place to live. When you think of when I think of Madison, I think of the lakes, our parks, arts and culture, our libraries, and that quality of life piece is just so vital, and why so many people, are able to view this as a place to call home. And so thank you so much. I am grateful to accept this resolution on behalf of the Madison Arts Commission, and look forward to our continued work together to make this a great place for creative people to live and call home.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 1. We'll move on then to item 2, which is Legistar 81348, expressing appreciation to retired Police Department Captain Kelly Donahue. And for this, I will turn to Alder Miadze to do the honors.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Kelly Donahue first joined the Madison Police Department as officer in 1997, and whereas Kelly Donahue recently retired from MPD and served in many capacities, and include the promoted position as sergeant beginning in 2008, lieutenant beginning in 2013, and captain beginning in 2019. And whereas retired Captain Donahue specifically served the Northside District in many roles during her career, including the position of patrol officer and Northport neighborhood police officer, patrol lieutenant, detective lieutenant, and last as a captain of the Northside District. And whereas retired Captain Donahue also served the entire Madison community as SWAT negotiator for several years and held leadership roles with MPD Honor Guard. And whereas retired Captain Donahue volunteered as a mentor and volunteer coordinator for over 15 years at the Concerns of Police Survivors, COPS, Kids Camp in Wisconsin. And whereas retired Captain Donahue was active member of Law Enforcement United and rode a bicycle 1,000 miles over 10 days to honor the fellow fallen police officers who were killed in the line of duty across the nation. And whereas retired Kelly Donahue also led her fellow members of MPD with distinction, dedication, and reliable, calm leadership, and was recently awarded the 2023 Madison.com People's Choice Law Enforcement Officer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council of the City of Madison express their sincere appreciation to retired Madison Police Department Captain Kelly Donahue for years of dedicated service, and particularly for the past 3 years leading the North Police District.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Miadze and seconded by President Curry. I believe we have Captain Donahue with us. Captain, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make it brief, but thank you, Alder Miadze, for this honor, and to all the city staff who supported, challenged me, and continue to support the work of MPD. Sorry. Thank you to my coworkers, commissioned and non-commissioned. They made my job easier and more enjoyable. The officers serving this city are the bravest and most selfless people that I know. The 911 Center, thank you to the operators and dispatchers who helped keep me safe and accountable for more than 26 years. The biggest thanks to my family for the missed holidays, wonky work schedules, and countless interruptions. Finally, to the people of the city, thank you for the honor and privilege to serve you.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you for your service. We have a number of alders that wish to speak, but let's just first, well, we'll go ahead and go through the queue first. Alder Knox.
Thank you, Captain. I just want to congratulate you on your well-deserved retirement, and thank you for your years of service.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain Donahue. You served as the Central District Captain during a really difficult period, and we were able, you and I, to not necessarily agree on everything, but really have Oh, now I'm getting emotional. Some really deep conversations. And I really appreciate you and I wish you the best. And I'm sort of sorry you're leaving, but you go do what's best for you. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say thank you, definitely as a new alder who came onto the Far East Side, because I think it was really helpful to have you and Captain Gary, like, you know, you both are very reachable, accessible, coming to meet me in person for unexpected meetings and taking walks and things, but also really giving me your unbiased, I don't know, you know, I just feel like you were easy to talk to, giving me your opinion about things and helping me better understand what's happening, you know, in certain parts of the district. So shout out to you for these 26 years. I hope you have like super like elevated fun, you know, over this next year or so. And don't try to come back to work because, you know, retired folks love coming back to work. Give yourself at least a half a year before you try to come back.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, Captain Kelly, I know I am equally so a new alder, and I barely got to know you, but I think all of the sighs and everything that came about anytime that you reminded us that you're leaving, including the last meeting that I saw you at, I saw how you connect with community and you really care. So those are rare qualities. It's not about you, it's about the community. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to add my voice to this chorus of praise and commendation to you, Kelly, for your wonderful career with the Madison Police Department. I can't tell you how much I personally appreciated work, especially through some very difficult times, including your last year working in the Central Police District, given all of the civil unrest and so forth that we experienced in 2020. I know one area where I enjoyed serving with you, but I don't think you'll probably have missed the last few years is your service on the Alcohol License Review Committee. That was never really all that much fun for most of the MPD representatives to that august body. But you always did so, you know, with great cheer and always stuck with us on those Wednesday nights. But anyway, seriously, Kelly, I want you to know how much I personally appreciate, and on behalf of all of the those that worked with you during your career in the Central District, certainly well before you became a commander even, how much we've appreciated working with you. Your tremendous service to the community is just such a lasting legacy that I hope you're very, very proud of. So I wish you all the best in your well-deserved time away from law enforcement, and Godspeed, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze.
Hopefully, sorry, Mayor, I know that we're supposed to keep it to 2, so hopefully being the alder of the district, you let me just say my piece if that's all right. All right. Captain, I just wanted to show my sincere appreciation. I mean, for a person to be so loved by so many constituents, and I'm just overwhelmed and honored to actually known you and for you to be the captain of the district. Every meeting we had, I loved it. I loved just even the every concern I had. You were very responsive to constituents, every email. So I really appreciate working with you. I always think about this when I think about public service and people that do your job. There's a saying there's no greater love than somebody to lay down their life for a brother. And I think about that when I think about officers, because to wake up every morning for so many years, 20-something years, and to put your life on the line, I just appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that and wish you well. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Alder. President Curry.
Hi, I wasn't planning to speak, but this was a comment that I don't think was made by any other alders, but Captain Donahue, even though we didn't work as closely, just know that coming from a human or homeless service background, I really appreciate all that you and your staff do and will continue to do to take care of our unhoused population, considering all that encompassed that in the North District. So thank you for your service period, but thank you especially for that.
Thank you, President Curry. I have no other alders in the queue. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor of the honoring resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And thank you again, Captain. Congratulations on an exemplary career. And we wish you all the best in your retirement. Do take Alder Madison's advice and actually go have some fun and relax. Thank you. All right, we will move on then to item 3, which is Legistar 81360. It's awarding the 17th Annual Jeffrey Clay Erlanger Civility and Public Discourse Award. The request is to refer this item so that we can present it in person. So President Curry, would you make a motion, please?
Yes, Mayor. Move the presentation of the Erlanger Award to the Common Council meeting of February 13th, I believe.
Yep. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer item 3 to the February 13th council meeting. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. Takes us to item 4, which is Legistar 81383, celebrating Monday, January 15th, 2024 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. For this, I will turn first to Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder, you're muted.
Whereas Dr. King was born January the 15th, 1929, in Atlanta, Georgia, to the Reverend Martin Luther King Sr. and Albertha Williams King. And whereas Dr. King married Coretta Scott on June 18th, 1953, and whereas Dr. King obtained a doctoral degree in 1955 from Boston University, the same year he had a 381-day nonviolent demonstration that became known as the Montgomery Bus Boycott, and at the age of 26. Whereas Dr. King combined Mahatma Gandhi's precepts of nonviolence with Christian, social, and gospel ideas to expand the civil rights movement and become a national civil rights leader. And whereas Dr. King was elected president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization at the forefront of the civil rights movement rooted in nonviolent direct action. And whereas Dr. King authored and delivered many well-known publications, books, and speeches, including Letter from Birmingham Jail, Beyond Vietnam, and I Have a Dream, all of which are among the most reverent orientations and writings in the English language. And whereas in 1963, Dr. King organized the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom event with over 250,000 attendees in Washington, D.C., and delivered one of the most quoted speeches of all times. And whereas after police attacks with tear gas and clubs on demonstrators, Dr. King awaited federal court approval and carried out the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. on the Selma to Montgomery March. And I'll pass it on to Alder Knox.
Whereas Dr. King was awarded the 1964 Nobel Peace Prize in recognition for his efforts, and at the age of 35 was the youngest man to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And whereas through his work and reliance on nonviolent protests, Dr. King was instrumental in the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And whereas Dr. King's life was cut tragically short when he was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, yet his legacy remains strong. And whereas Dr. King is considered the most influential spokesperson of the early 1960s, helped achieve more progress towards racial equality in his 13 years of activism than in the previous 3 centuries, and is one of the greatest leaders and advocates of nonviolence in history. And whereas in the face of hatred and violence, Dr. King preached a doctrine of nonviolence and civil disobedience to combat segregation, discrimination, and racial injustice, and believes that each person has the moral capacity to care for other people. And whereas on the national holiday honoring Dr. King and throughout the year, Madisonians should remember his message, recommit to his goal of a free and just nation, and consider each person's responsibility to other people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and common council of the city of Madison celebrate Monday, January 15th, 2024 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Be it further resolved that the city of Madison thanks all of the individuals and organizations throughout the city that have dedicated themselves to carrying out Dr. King's dream, work, and legacy.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Harrington McKinney and seconded by Alder Knox. We do not have anyone here to accept this honoring resolution, but I would strongly encourage all of you to join me at the City County celebrations on Monday evening. If you don't have other plans, it's a beautiful event, and there'll be an inspiring speaker and an excellent choir, and it's always a good time. So I encourage folks to join us there. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to say this at the end. I'd like to thank Alder Haley for this privilege. It was my honor to read this resolution, and it was a privilege to read it because I had the opportunity to walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on my own Selma to Montgomery journey, and it changed my life. Even remembering that still brings emotional chills through my body. And so I also thank you for this resolution so that we can remember how Dr. King lived. So thank you for allowing me to add that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. Is there any objection to taking up item 60, which is the appointment of our next poet laureate? So we can do that appointment and hear from the poet himself. Seeing no objection, we'll take up item 60, which is Legistar 81021, naming Stephen Espada Dawson as Madison's Poet Laureate. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We do have Stephen here with us. If there are any questions or any discussion, Stephen, or Alder Rummel first then?
Well, if Stephen had remarks to make, I would defer to that.
Stephen, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, absolutely.
Please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'd first like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for considering me for this role. It's an honor I don't take lightly. Madison is a city I've learned very quickly is easy to love. It's a city that has offered myself and my creative work room to learn and grow. And I think that a city's connection to poetry speaks loudly about that city's heartbeat, its capacity for empathy and love. And as an ambassador for the literary arts, I promise not only to nurture creativity here, but also empathy and also love. In the last 15 years, I've learned a lot about who I am via the act of writing. If poetry is some reflection of the subconscious, then writing poetry is an exercise in believing in yourself. And I was not always good at believing in myself. I know what it's like to be an underdog. And yes, I am lucky to have been awarded for my writing, to have been published to a top poetry at venues across the country. These are concrete things I can quantify, but I do think it is that underdog spirit that informs my ability to take on a role like this, because it's the underdogs I intend to help most in this role. And I know that not every city has a poet laureate. It is a special title that I am privileged to be considered for. So I am thankful for that chance.
Thank you. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Stephen. I just want, as a member of the Alder who serves on MAC, you had overwhelming support from our outgoing poet laureate and really a positive and exciting response from MAC, and we look forward to working with you and what you bring us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I have no other others in the queue wishing to speak. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of naming Stephen Espada Dawson as Madison's Poet Laureate? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote. Congratulations, Stephen. Thank you for your service. We look forward to hearing from you in these meetings and to seeing the work that you do in our community.
Thank you all so much.
All right, so that will take us then to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Alder Field.
One disclosure on item 63, Legistar 81315. I work at UW-Madison, and that won't affect my vote on that item.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, I have a reclusal on item number 79. I work for the Overture Center for the Arts.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever?
Disclose on number 85, Legistar 81368. I'm an employee of the Department of Health Services Division of Public Health. That will not affect my vote on this matter.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
I also want to disclose I've been working for the University of Wisconsin-Madison for almost 30 years now.
Thank you, Alder. Any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, then we'll turn to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Curry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and please bear with me, y'all. It's a long document that got added to. So a consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listing for each agenda item, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, and 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items for introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority and supermajority vote items will be recorded as unanimous unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item number 58, legislative file number 81016, amending a section of the Madison General Ordinances related to salaries of officials to update salaries for alders. 15 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Agenda item number 3, legislative file number 81360, awarding the 17th annual Jeffrey Clay Erlanger Civility and Public Discord Award to Dr. Fabu Carter. As Madam Mayor mentioned, we are re-referring that to Common Council meeting of February 13th. Agenda item number 48, legislative file number 80671, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinance related to filling Common Council vacancies to amend the process for filling those vacancies. It's listed on the agenda that CCEC would meet today and make a recommendation. We did. The recommendation is to adopt the amended version, which was emailed by Vice President Figueroa Cole to all alders at 5:35 p.m. this evening. But in brevity, the amended version eliminates the rank of top 2 preferred candidates, but keeps proposed change to having a special election if the vacancy occurs before November 15th of the first year of an interim alder's term. Agenda item number 63, legislative file number 81315, amending a section of the Madison General Ordinance to amend Campus Institutional District Master Plan for the portion of UW campus generally addressed as 1410 through 1550 and 1415 Engineering Drive, as well as 1509 through 1513 University Avenue to include specific plans for the College of Engineering. We need a correction on the referral dates. So the appropriate referral dates are Joint Campus Area Committee meeting of January 25th, followed by the Plan Commission public hearing on February 5th to come back to council at its February 13th meeting. Agenda item number 76, legislative file number 18333, authorizing the payment of goods on a cooperative contract of an automated absentee ballot mailing system for the city clerk's office prior to the delivery of all goods. A correction on the referral dates will be referred to the Finance Committee of January 16th and return to Common Council its January 23rd meeting. Agenda items excluded by either request of alders or speakers registered by 6:30 on January 9th. Agenda item number 6, legislative file number 80871, an appeal of the Madison Landmarks Commission decision granting a certificate of appropriateness for new construction on a site of a designated landmark at 3701 Council Crest. We have speakers registered. Agenda item number 45, legislative file number 81395, amending a section of the Madison General Ordinance related to nominations to the Police Civilian Oversight Board to modify the process for community organizations to nominate members of the body. Requested for exclusion by Alder Wahili. Agenda item number 52, legislative file number 80422, landmark nomination for 2229 Eaton Ridge in District 5 has speakers registered. Agenda item number 83, legislative file number 81366, providing Fringe Salon Spa a loan to purchase commercial property at 1423 South Park through the Commercial Ownership Assistance Program funded by the TID 51 Small Business Development Programs and using TID 51 incremental revenue as authorized in the project plan and adopted by the Common Council on March 7th of 2023. Requested for exclusion by Alder Wahili for the purpose of adding an additional referral. Items introduced from the floor, legislative file number 81393, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a parking lease agreement with Wilson Residential Investors for 30 parking stalls at the Wilson lot, located at 499 East Wilson in District 4. This is being introduced by Alder Revere to be referred to the Finance Committee meeting of January 16th, Transportation Committee of January 17th, and returned to Common Council at its January 23rd meeting. Legislative file number 81433, a resolution authorizing the mayor and finance director to sign forms and agree to legal terms necessary to register and file for tax credits and deductions under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, introduced by Mayor Rhodes Conway, to be referred to the Finance Committee meeting of January 16th and returned to Common Council on January 23rd. Legislative file number 81437, authorizing a one-year competitively selected good and services contract between Boundtree Medical and the City of Madison Fire Department for the provision of medical supplies for EMS and provision of support of the operative IQ inventory management system. Introduced by Alder Field to be referred to the Finance Committee of January 16th, returned to Common Council on January 23rd. Legislative file number 81449, authorizing the execution of a purchase and sale agreement between City and the State of Francis J. Music for the city's acquisition of property listed at 346 East Lakeside Street for assemblage with Olin Park in District 13, introduced by Alder Evers to be referred to the Board of Parks Commissioners meeting of January 10th, then to the Finance Committee of January 16th, and returned to the Common Council on January 23rd. And finally, a legislative file number 81466, resolution to authorize the non-competitive purchase of goods from Printelect as a sole source provider of election security carts for the city clerk's office, introduced by myself for referral to Finance Committee of January 16th and return to Common Council on January 23rd. There are no agenda items with corrections.
Thank you, President Curry. Are there other items that alders would like to have separated from the consent agenda? Alder Field.
I'd like to separate item 58.
Item 58 will be separated. Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
I was going to ask for 58 as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional items that alders wish to have separated from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll go through it briefly. Items that have recommendations different from, just getting things on the right list. They have recommendations that are different from the agenda, but will be part of the consent agenda. Item 48, the motion is to adopt as amended by CCEC. Item 63, we're correcting referral dates, which will be Joint Campus Area Committee 125, Plan Commission 25, and Common Council 213. And item 76, again, correcting referral dates to Finance Committee on 116 and Council on 123. The following items are excluded from the consent agenda. Items 6, 45, 52, and 58. If there is no objection, we could add the referral on 83 on the consent agenda. So the proposed referral is to add the Economic Development Committee on January 17th back to Council on January 23rd. Is there any objection to leaving that item on the consent agenda? Alder Wahili? No objection. All right, so we will leave item 83 on the consent agenda with that additional referral. So the items that will be excluded from the consent agenda are 6, 45, 52, and 58. And then we have a number of items being introduced from the floor. Are there questions or additional exclusions for the consent agenda? Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item 45, my questions are answered, but also there was a minor amendment, and I sent to all alders. So if that's okay, then we can remove from the exclusion.
I think we have to go through the process of amending, Alder. If another committee had done it, we could just follow them, but I think it has to be voted on. But I appreciate the sentiment, Alder. Thank you. Anything additional on the consent agenda? Seeing nothing, then President Curry, a motion?
Move to adopt consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. And just make sure that I am annotating my papers correctly here. We will move on to public comment. And the first item that we have public comment on is item 6, which is an appeal of the Landmarks Commission decision granting a certificate of appropriateness for new construction on the site of a designated city landmark at 3701 Council Crest. Our first registrant is Rick Chandler of District 10, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, to be followed by Carly Levin, to be followed by Stu Levitan. Rick? Do we have Rick?
Rick just needs to unmute. Oh, looks like they did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. Good evening. I'm Rick Chandler, president of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, with more than 500 members throughout the city. We support the appeal of the Landmarks Commission decision, which approved a new 4,200 square foot house at 3701 Council Crest. We urge the council to send this matter back to the Landmarks Commission. The proposed house is incompatible with the Landmark Tavern and makes unacceptably large changes to the Landmark West Yard. Our opposition is not based on NIMBYism, but on a desire to preserve a unique landmark, which includes the 1854 tavern, built as a stagecoach inn, and the historic yard. This is one of the city's most important historic sites. We want to preserve the best of the past as we help shape the city's future. Protecting historic sites like this preserves our cultural history and helps make Madison an attractive place to live. The proposed house fails to qualify under MGO 41.18, which requires it to comply with the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation. It violates Standard 1 because it makes more than a minimal change to the site and environment, including damage to the historic 234-year-old black walnut tree. It violates Standard 2 because it does not retain the historic character of the property. It violates Standard 9, which requires it to be compatible with the massing, size, and scale of the tavern, because it's much bigger than the tavern. It violates Standard 10 because its environment would be significantly impaired. Also, the homes in the adjacent neighborhood have an average size of 2,255 square feet, much smaller than the proposed 4,200 square foot house. No other home in the adjacent neighborhood is larger than the 3,573 square foot tavern. We recognize that the Landmarks Commission reached a different decision on a 3-to-1 vote with 3 members absent or not voting. Reasonable people can reach different conclusions on this. However, letters and testimony in the Legistar file show that many respected preservation experts believe the proposed house does not meet the standards. The preponderance of opinion is that it does not. Under the ordinances, the council has full legal authority to review and modify commission decisions. The council should decide that the proposed house is incompatible with the historic site. Then the Landmarks Commission can give this further review and approve a smaller, compatible house. There are ample legal grounds to reverse the decision. Any suggestion that there is no legal authority to change this is incorrect. This property has been preserved in its historic form for almost 170 years. It's important to take adequate time to review this carefully and to require a house that meets the standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carly Levin of District 10, to be followed by Stu Levitan, to be followed by Brenda Furlow. Carly?
I'm Carly Levin Conway. My husband and I own the Old Spring Tavern, and I respectfully urge the council to approve the appeal and reverse the decision of the Landmarks Commission to grant the certificate of appropriateness. The proposed construction is 4,200 square feet, significantly larger than the tavern, and would loom 37 feet high on the side facing our front door, 7 feet taller than the tavern, even taking the steep incline of the hill out of the equation, on a property just 65% the size of the tavern property. A proposed construction of this magnitude is not compatible in scale with the tavern. The tavern is actually a much smaller structure than the applicant's proposed construction. To claim parity of scale, the applicants in their fact sheet compare the scale of their single proposed structure to the scale of the entire tavern plus its detached garage, plus the landscaped area in between the two. Even disregarding the change in elevation, the applicant's proposed structure is 7 feet taller, more than 20% taller than the tavern on the side facing our front door. Even if one were to accept the scale comparison, the spatial relationship between these structures and their respective lots is not equivalent. The applicant's lot is only 65% of the size of the tavern's lot. A structure that fits on a large, wide parcel does not fit in the same way on a smaller, narrow parcel. In this case, the proposed construction cannot fit on the applicant's lot without looming over the tavern's front door. It's only 26 yards from our front door, and we would have a 3-story, 37-foot-tall house looming over the 2-story front of our home. We're talking about our front door. This is a very different impact than building a new house close to the side or rear of an existing house. For the proposed construction to fit on the applicant's lot in the same way our home fits on our lot, it shouldn't be more than 65% the size of the tavern, around 2,400 square feet. I emphasize that the front door of the house is on the west side facing the applicant's lot because comments were made to the Landmarks Commission that said the front of the door was on the east side facing Nakoma Road. This may have affected their decision to approve the COA, but anyone who walks into our home can see from the floor plan that the front door is the first floor on the west side. Since its construction, the owners of our house have used that door on the west side as the front door and as the main point of entry and exit. As the owners of the Old Spring Tavern, we take our role as stewards of this historic landmark very seriously. We have a right to have the adjacent property developed in a way that complies with the historic preservation ordinances and maintains the historic nature of the property. We expected a house to be built on the west yard, but also expected that any building would have to be compatible with our home in the Old Spring Tavern. On the issue of water drainage, we do appreciate that the applicants created a proposed water management plan to direct water away from the tavern. We'd ask that the council instruct the commission to require the applicants to record a maintenance agreement with the Register of Deeds against their parcel to ensure that the water management plan is functional as implemented and remains functional going forward. We must continue to protect the Old Spring Tavern in the future.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Stu Levitan of District 10, to be followed by Brenda Furlow, to be followed by John Furlow. Stu?
Good evening. I'm here to support the appeal both as a longtime resident of Nakoma and also as someone who had the privilege of serving 12 years on the Landmarks Commission, including several years as its chair. And first, to be clear, by a simple majority vote, you have the explicit legal authority to reverse, modify, or refer with instructions. In fact, as Alders Rummel, Verveer, and Harrington McKinney will recall, the council felt this authority was so important that in 2016, it made it easier for you to act by changing from a 2/3 vote to a majority. It did that for a reason, because frankly, sometimes the commission gets it wrong, as it did here, and you have to be able to make things right. As to your analysis, I think it's pretty straightforward. As you've heard, the ordinance states that a certificate can issue, quote, only if a project meets certain standards. One of which is that it must be, quote, compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features of the property and its environment. Only if. Now, whether you interpret the words and its environment to mean just the historic lot or to include adjacent properties, as some commissioners did, the owners of the Old Spring Tavern and many neighbors have provided documentary evidence that their houses are significantly smaller and cover far less of their lots than the proposed development, and that nowhere in the neighborhood, Nowhere is there another structure of such size and mass so close to the front of another property, let alone an historic property. That is the very definition of not being compatible with the massing size and scale. That is the evidence in the record. That is why we believe the Commission's decision was contrary to the ordinance and cannot stand. Moreover, the Commission's decision was contrary to sections 4118(1)D and 4101, because it does indeed, in the words of the ordinance, quote, frustrate the public interest in the protection, promotion, preservation, conservation, and use of the city's historic resources, a standard so important it is listed first. I know that many of you oppose efforts to use historic preservation as a tactic to block necessary developments, especially for affordable housing, and you are right to do so. But this development is not affordable housing. Please do not be the common council that says this 4,200 square foot house is compatible with the massing size and scale of the historic Old Spring Tavern and that its environment, and it does not frustrate the public interest in the protection, promotion, preservation, and conservation of the city's historic resources. It is not compatible and it does frustrate the public interest. This appeal should be granted and the COA should be reversed or referred back to the Commission with instructions for something that meets the terms of the ordinance. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brenda Furlow of District 10, to be followed by John Furlow, to be followed by Kevin Pomeroy. Brenda?
Thank you. Good evening. With my husband, John, we are the owners of the lot that is located at 3701 Council Crest. John is going to follow me and speak more about the process that we followed in designing and getting Landmarks approval for our home, but I wanted to give you some background on us. We actually lived in Madison and, in fact, in Nakoma for 22 years. We raised our family there. Our kids attended and graduated from the Madison Public Schools, and we've all been very active in the community in Madison. In 2014, we moved to Minneapolis for a job opportunity, but we're now both retired and we want to spend our retirement years back in Madison, where we have so many friends. We were tremendously excited when we learned in the fall of 2022 that a buildable lot had been approved on Council Crest, and that we now had the opportunity to buy the property in Nakoma and build a home that would allow us to age in place. Why does all this background matter? I think it's not directly related to our proposal and whether our design meets the Landmarks criteria, of course, but it has everything to do with how we will carry out this project and how we will approach construction of our home and how we will maintain it. For those who care about preserving and protecting the tavern home, how we build and maintain our adjacent home should be as important as the design. We're not planning to build a spec house and flip it. We're not planning to build a rental property that we can post on Airbnb. We plan to live in the home and to be here for the foreseeable future. As some of the prior speakers have acknowledged, a house will be built on this property. Who best to build than a family with deep roots in and a commitment to the neighborhood and to the city? We ask that you reject the appeal and affirm the Landmarks Commission decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Furlow of District 10, to be followed by Kevin Pomeroy, to be followed by Drew Vogel. John? John, you may need to unmute. John, you should have a prompt to unmute. It may be hidden underneath a window. There you go. We see you unmuted on this end, but we can't hear you. Are you using a headset or can you check your mic?
Is that any better?
There you go. Excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I have a visual that perhaps Heather can put up. Brenda and I own 3701 Council Crest. So we've been working on this project now for over a year. We've worked with the city through 2 Landmarks public meetings. There have been over 4 hours of public hearings on our house and on our design. All the comments that have been made so far have been already vetted thoroughly by the Landmarks Commission over multiple meetings. The city preservation planner, the expert the city has hired or retains to review these things, has twice looked at this project and concluded it meets all the standards. During the process, the Landmarks Commission did ask us to make some changes. We made all the changes requested by the commission to our house, plus more, to make sure it was compatible with both the tavern and the surrounding neighborhood. So we're asking that you deny the appeal so that we can go ahead and build our home. There are two things I want to highlight. Heather, can you give us our next slide, please? Mass, size, and scale. Here are side-by-side drawings, west elevations of the tavern next to the home we propose to build. Our house is about 2 feet shorter than the tavern, and it is actually narrower than the tavern. In fact, our garage is smaller than the tavern, which in Nakoma is quite something. True, our house is on a hill. Every house on Council Crest on that street is on a hill, and it overlooks the house downslope. Any house built on this lot is going to be taller than the tavern by definition. It's just a matter of geography. So our house is consistent in mass, size, and scale with the tavern and the surrounding neighborhood for sure. In fact, our house by square foot is smaller than the tavern. Heather, next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about what has been referred to as the historic West Yard. That is really not a thing. The Landmarks nomination, when the tavern was nominated as a historic landmark, nominated only the building. The landscape was not nominated as significant to the landmark at all. There was a place to check that on the nomination form. It was never checked. In fact, the only landscape feature mentioned in the Landmarks nomination was the duck pond across Nakoma Road, which is the other side of the tavern than the lot that we're talking about now. So we ask you to deny the appeal and let us go forward and build our home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kevin Pomeroy of District 10, representing the Crawford Marlboro Nakoma Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Drew Vogel, to be followed by Bob Kleba. Kevin?
Yeah, I have some images as well that I'd like to show, if I could. Thanks to Mayor Rhodes Conway and all the alders for this opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Kevin Pomeroy, the president of the Crawford Marlboro Nakoma Neighborhood Association, which represents the neighborhood of the Old Spring Tavern. Our organization supports the appeal, and we strongly recommend referring this proposal back to the Landmarks Commission, since several important aspects of the Secretary's standards were not considered during the review by the Commission. I have degrees in architecture and urban planning and 35 years of professional practice in historic preservation and city planning. Something to note about this typical view shown here of the Spring Tavern from Nakoma Road, as this has always been the back of the house. Next slide, please. This illustration, which was provided by the applicant, shows the significant differences in the massing, scale, and size between the proposal and the Spring Tavern. The proposal on the right is 4,218 square foot, and the Spring Tavern on the left is 3,573 square feet. Next slide, please. Here's the top image shows the front of the tavern on the left compared with the back of the proposed house on the right. All the images on this slide are of the same scale. It's important to remember that the top right view showing the proposal is what you would see from the front door of the Spring Tavern. The top of the proposed roof would be 57 feet higher than standing at the front door of the Spring Tavern. The bottom image shows the side elevations from Spring Trail, which show the more massive, larger, and taller proposed house compared to the Spring Tavern on the left. Next slide, please. This shows the front door of the Spring Tavern on the left and the location of the surveyed lot lines, illustrating that the proposed house would be built only 13 yards away from this line. It's easy to visualize how intrusive a three-story house would be in the front yard of the Spring Tavern. Next slide, please. This view from Council Crest shows the centuries-old walnut tree and the view of the Spring Tavern in a rural landscape. Now, this view would be completely obliterated by the proposed 4,200 square foot house. The public deserves to know that the letter and spirit of our historic preservation ordinance is followed and that our historic resources are protected and preserved for future generations. Please refer this proposal back to the Landmarks Commission, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Drew Vogel of District 10, to be followed by Bob Kleba, to be followed by Arnold Alanen. Drew?
Hello. I live 2 doors down. I can see the property from my window now. The proposed building is twice as large as my home. I'd call that incompatible with the surrounding buildings. I've attended each of the Landmarks Commission's meetings. I would encourage you all to closely review the record of those meetings. The property owner said that all of these issues were well considered by the committee. I think anything but that is true. The final vote was determined by commissioners who stated that this seems incompatible, but they would vote in favor of the property owners due to sympathy for having spent money on a property that was only available because everybody else valued history more than their own hubris. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Kleba of District 6, to be followed by Arnold Alanen, to be followed by Alex Saludos. Bob?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, alders, and staff. In my opinion, there are 2 reasons to appeal the approval of the certificate of appropriateness for this property. First is the context for review defined by staff was the neighborhood, not the landmark tavern. And you've heard much about how important the Old Spring Tavern site is to our city's cultural heritage. Second, and more importantly for me, is that the Landmarks Commission's essential role is to review the historic value of places and buildings in our city and to provide feedback to the owners of their properties on maintenance and changes. This is the majority of work that they do. However, in the case of the proposed building for the second lot on this historic property, the Landmarks Commission was put in the role of defining the placement and massing of new construction. This is a role that is totally unfamiliar to the Landmarks Commissioners. If this proposal had gone to the Urban Design Commission, they would have commented on the fascia materials, the massing, articulation, and location of entrances. But Landmarks doesn't do that kind of review, which was required for this inappropriate proposal so close to a locally landmarked building. If the Common Council chooses to refer this issue back to Landmarks, it must be done with clear instructions on how to modify this development proposal in order for it to fit in with and complement the historic tavern. However, I strongly recommend that the approval of the certificate of appropriateness be appealed and denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Arnold Alanen of District 13, to be followed by Alex Saludos. And that is our last registrant wishing to speak. Arnold?
Thank you. I'm speaking as a cultural landscape historian and resident of the Dudgeon Monroe neighborhood. I was a professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at the UW-Madison for 35 years, where my professional work centered on documenting cultural landscapes throughout the upper Midwest. I speak here tonight urging you to support the appeal to deny the certificate of appropriateness for new construction on the landmark site. I oppose granting the COA because the size, scale, and massing of the proposed house will adversely impact the landmark property's integrity, diminishing the historical significance of the 1854 Old Spring Tavern, one of Madison's earliest designated landmarks. The landmark significance related to 19th century architecture and history is enhanced by an appropriate setting, both the immediate landscape and the longer viewshed to the west of the tavern. When the property was first documented and listed, landscape-related issues are rarely considered and are not included in the nomination. In 1995, however, the Secretary of the Interior published guidelines for the treatment of cultural landscapes. Since that time, the setting of buildings and their components have been given important status when reviewing proposed alterations to landmark properties. In this case, that includes preserving the existing integrity of the entire landmark site, specifically the feeling of an open rural setting that has been shaped by the property's use as a tavern and inn during Madison's early Euro-American settlement. You are being asked to approve a COA for a residence that fits the design characteristics of the Nakoma subdivision, platted in the mid-1910s. The Old Spring Tavern is not part of this historical period of building development, and new construction should not be evaluated within that context. Over many years, the tavern's position at the base of a steep rise has effectively screened out some of the surrounding neighborhood and preserved a measure of its mid-19th century setting. This setting will be eroded by the construction of a large and imposing house at the northern portion of the site. Respectfully, other experts have expressed different opinions on this issue. Yet it's my strong belief that your foremost consideration in reviewing this appeal should be mitigating the loss of historic character by requiring a lower profile, smaller scale residence on the landmark site. I urge you to prevent the proposed construction from proceeding by supporting the appeal to deny the COA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak is Alex Saludos of District 5.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right. I don't know if, thank you. Perfect. I have almost 40 years of experience in real estate and historic preservation. As a volunteer, I was on the Madison Trust Board for 6 years. The Old Spring Tavern, as you can see, tells an important story about our history. It possesses a high level of historic integrity that can't be replaced. The most judicious and legally sound approach is to refer this back to the Commission. Here are 2 reasons why. One, the Commission didn't consider the comprehensive and detailed guidance the Secretary provides on the use of the standards for rehabilitation that are a vital part of the standards. The standards are guiding principles. There are 10, 16 sentences and 331 words that take up less than a page. There are hundreds of pages of guidance and recommendations on what to do and not to do in almost every imaginable situation, so a project complies with the intent of the standards. The recommendations can be used as a checklist to aid in determining if the new construction meets the standards. The Commission did not consider any of the guidance in their deliberations. 2, the Commission didn't consider the effects of the new construction on the site or the landscape features contrary to 7 of the 10 standards. So I ask you tonight respectfully, do you want to relitigate the Commission's decision tonight? And if you do, will you be able to make a fair and impartial decision with the information you have? Based on the missing and incorrect information and the fact important aspects of several standards weren't considered, is there any reason not to refer this back to the Landmarks Commission? In closing, whether you vote to approve or deny the appeal, it sends a message to the public and the Commission it's okay to make decisions like this without important information, based on inaccurate information, and without considering important aspects of the standards. In conclusion, I know everyone is doing their best. I appreciate their efforts to preserve and protect landmarks sincerely. Let's preserve the integrity of the process, maintain the public's confidence, and ensure our landmarks have a voice. Please refer this back to the Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's our last registrant wishing to speak on this item. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 6? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Bennett.
I had a question for, I'm not sure of his name, but he is one of the people proposing to make this, to build their home,
John Furlow.
possibly.
Do we have John with us still?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Hi, John. Thank you for your time. I'm recalling your comments that you noted you made several changes to your design that the Landmarks Commission asked for and more. Would you mind just briefly characterizing those those changes for us?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. During our first commission hearing, it was concluded that our house, that as we proposed it, was too wide. In other words, if you look from Spring Trail, which is the north side of the property, you really don't see a view of the tavern. And the request was that we actually take the house in further away from Spring Trail. So now we're, I think, 20 feet from the setback in order to have a view shed from Council Crest directly to the tavern. And we did that. We narrowed the house by 10 feet to allow extra room on that side so that people on Spring Trail could have a clear view of the tavern as they've always had. Plus, we also had the roofs changed from a gabled roof to a hip roof, which actually reduced the massing of the house so that the roofs came in at an angle as opposed to being straight up. So those were the two changes we made. They had asked that we actually move it back from the line further, which we did, and we added the gable or the hip roof to actually make the profile even smaller.
Great, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
On that note of changes, it seems like one of the major changes that neighbors are asking for is changing the size and massing of your house. It seems like you were amenable to other changes. What is the holdup with this one? What is your hesitation with making that change?
Well, again, thank you for that question. So the size of this house, so size is a funny thing, right? This house is actually smaller than the tavern. We are shorter and we are narrower. There's a lot of talk about square footage out there. And the question that needs to be asked is, how are you counting square footage? For example, if we had a total unfinished basement, the square footage of our house would be about 1,000 feet less. So the square footage isn't really the question. It's what the house looks like. The tavern home, actually, if you count all the space and the gigantic kind of attached porches, is over 5,000 square feet. It's huge. So really, it's not about size or square footage. It's about what it looks like relative to the houses around it. And I think I had a slide up that showed that we were actually narrower and shorter than the tavern. And if you look at houses near this, there are at least two, perhaps three, that are well over 4,500 square feet. So it fits in the neighborhood in terms of size. For our standpoint, we're retired people, so we need a first floor that's accessible with accessible bedroom. So that sets the footprint for us as retired people. When you build a house, that means that the basement has to be the same size as the first floor. So that really drives it. Now, to mitigate that problem, what we have done is we did not put an entire second story on the house. We only made the second story about a third the size of the first story. So you're not looking at 3 full stories. You're looking at 2.5 from the back, which includes the basement, and 1.5 from the front, from the first floor. And we've actually built the house into the roof so that we get the living space we need, but we keep the profile low. Is that helpful?
Very much so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, John. Alder Latimer Burris, questions? You're muted, Alder.
Thank you so much on this. So first of all, I have a couple of questions for the furloughs, if you would. So first of all, I want to say this has been a tenuous situation, and I feel terrible for you guys that you've had to spend so much money and time on these errors. You know, you do want your dream home and you know, be able to enjoy your retirement. But I wanted to ask you about, you had said that where is this? The house is not larger than the Old Spring Tavern. Do you think on its face, will it appear that it is smaller than the Old Spring Tavern that you share the historical property with?
That's probably a question for you, John, but Brenda, you're welcome to weigh in if you'd like to as well.
Should I go first?
Go ahead.
So it's a really good question, because the perspective, Alder, is it's on a hill. So if you look at the front of our house and you look at the front of the Spring Tavern, or at least what they say is the front, it's exactly the same size. If you look from Nakoma Road, our house is exactly the same size, actually smaller than the tavern from Nakoma Road. So yes, I think those houses are absolutely equivalent in size. The only thing that makes them different is what makes every house on Council Crest different than the house on Nakoma Road, which is it happens to be on a hill, which almost probably 50% of the houses in Nakoma are in the same position. The house we used to live in on Oneida Place was on the top of a hill. It was not bigger than the house below us, but it was on the hill. So from that perspective, geography has an impact, but any house you build on this lot is going to be affected by geography. There is nothing you can do about it unless you decide to build a house into the landscape. So you basically look at Council Crest and see a roof, and that's it. But that's really not compatible with anything. So I think that from your perspective, from my perspective, yes, our house is equivalent in size, actually smaller than the tavern.
Okay, thank you so much. And just a quick follow-up to that. Do you think that the appearance of it would be small? It would be smaller than the Old Spring Tavern if the house was 2,500 square feet? What effect would that have?
It would have no effect whatsoever.
Okay.
I mean, square feet doesn't tell you anything, really. I mean, I could have a 2,500 square foot house that's 2 stories on Council Crest, and it would actually look bigger than the house we're proposing. So square footage doesn't tell you anything, and it's how you count the square footage. For example, they're counting finished square footage. I could just unfinish the basement and have a 2,000 square foot house, but it would be exactly the same house. It's just finished versus unfinished. So I think that's a little bit, I think when people talk about square footage, you have to ask the question of what are you really counting? Because it really doesn't say much.
Okay, thank you. The next thing that that I wanted to talk about, although it wasn't an issue that the Landmark Commission was looking at the time, at least when I was there, which is I came in after April 2023. But I do want to talk about the application from what you were told by the developer who you bought the lot from. Do you know why one of the boxes was or was not checked of referencing the Landmark Commission? In other words, do you know why the box was not checked that would say, from my understanding, that would say why that to make the lot a non-historic preservation property, or that requires it to be under this ordinance?
Yeah, so I mean, I wasn't around in 1972, but what I can tell you is this, is that someone spent a lot of time putting together an application with extensive narrative about the house, all of its aspects, all of its history, and the nomination form allowed them to say that landscape architecture was something that was significant to the landmark nomination, and they chose not to say that. In fact, further, what they did decide to say in the narrative is that the landscape relative to the tavern that was relevant was the duck pond, which, having been longtime residents of Nakoma, we know is across Nakoma Road and not on our property. And I do know that when the Landmarks Commission decided to divide the property, the notes from that meeting say that the only reason that the landmark status was kept on that vacant lot was to allow the Landmarks Commission to review exactly what the house would be, not because the actual yard itself had landmark independent significance.
Okay, so when you bought the property from the developer, did you understand that this was a historic landmark in the entire lot? So lot 1 or plot 1 and plot 2, both of them were subject to the Historic Preservation Code and the Secretary's Interior standards?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. We totally knew that. In fact, before we bought the property, we had reviewed the July 11 hearing. We understood exactly what the neighbors' comments and concerns were, so we were aware of this. Before we bought the property, we talked with the city about what the zoning would be to understand what the zoning constrictions were. And before we bought the property, we talked with the landmarks people to understand what the landmark standards were and how they would be applied in a situation like this with new construction on this lot. So yes, we knew it was subject to the landmarks restrictions, but we had done a tremendous amount of work, tens and tens of hours, understanding exactly what the requirements were so that we could design a house that was consistent with those standards and did our very best to mitigate concerns that the neighbors had raised. In fact, we have taken pains to design a house in a way that would minimize impact on that big tree. The big tree is not part of the Landmarks Commission purview. It's our tree. We can do whatever we want to do with it. We have a black walnut tree in Minneapolis where we live now. It's not a particularly nice tree to have, I'll be honest with you. But we had decided, out of respect for the neighbors, that we would respect that tree. We would design around that tree to keep it. So yeah, we were aware of the restrictions, and we planned very carefully to design this house around that.
So you were aware of the restrictions, and you understood that these restrictions would go through the process of the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic homes. Basically what I call, criteria number 1 through number 10.
Well, we absolutely knew that, but we also knew that this lot was zoned residential, which meant that the city has decided that this is a residential lot, that a house will be built on this lot. And we bought that lot in reliance on the fact that it was zoned residential for a house.
Okay, and when you talk about the process for the zoning process and whatnot, can you walk us through? Can you speak to your knowledge of how it got cut? The plot get cut into 2 lots, and you ended up buying lot number 2. And did you also? I want to add on to that question if I can. Did you? Was it planning that? Did you know? I'm trying to ask you the question about planning versus landmarks referral. So did you know that?
That might be a better question for staff, Alder.
Okay, but I want to get his understanding, Mayor, please. Did you know that there was 2 different departments, and when you called the Landmarks Commission, did they say, yeah, you're going to be able to build anything you want as long as it fits the standards from the planning department?
No, let me be clear about this. So we didn't work with the planning department at all. That was not part of this process as I understood it. I understood that once this was divided and that went through the Landmarks Commission, I think that went through planning to approve the certified survey map. And that certified survey map was then approved by the Common Council by a vote to 17-1 or 17-2, overwhelmingly. Now, when it came down to what approval is necessary to build the house, that we understood would be looked at by the Landmarks Commission. We would have to file an application, which we did. And from there, as I understood it, it would simply be subject to the process of the Landmarks Ordinance, which would be an appeal which you are now hearing at the council. And as we thought through that and looked at that, we understood exactly what the standards were. And as I said, did our very best to meet all those standards. And I think the city's preservation planner has now twice looked at this and thought that, yes, what we have approved or what we have suggested has met those standards.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple more questions, if I could, please.
Let's see if Alder Tischler has questions for the furloughs. Alder Tischler?
Yeah, no questions for the furloughs.
Okay, thank you, John.
You're very
Alder
welcome.
Burris, go ahead. Who is your next question for?
Yeah, so I would like to talk to Carly, the owner of the Old Spring Tavern. It's actually a house that is shares and is subject to the furloughs house, please.
Do we have Carly Levin?
Yep, I'm still here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you so much. Could you just a second. I have my questions. I wrote it down while you're speaking. Just bear with me a minute. Here we are. Could you first speak about the comments that were made, about the Old Spring Tavern being 5,000 square feet, and that when you look at it, it's going to look like it's the same height. As you are right there on the property, it's actually, a plot with it's a lot. No, it's a plot with two lots. It's a plot with two lots. So can you talk not only two things, can you speak about the concept of 5,000 square feet, including the porches, how that works? And then can you also speak a little bit about your perception, when you drive into your shared driveway, what would become your shared, no, it's not shared driveway. When you come home, let me leave it there, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think when you consider the size of a house, you don't generally consider outside space sort of like our porch space. And so I think what we would consider to be the square footage of our house would be finished space. But even just looking at the first and second floors of our house, taking aside the actual finished basement, I think there were some helpful numbers in the record there. And you can see that even just comparing those figures, the applicant's house is still much larger. And in the images that Kevin Pomeroy presented, which were from the application, you can see that the side of the house, the applicant's house that faces our front door it's 37 feet to the 30 feet of our tavern. And that doesn't take into consideration the change in elevation. That's just a side-by-side comparison. There is a change in elevation, which makes it appear taller, but it's still much taller regardless from the side that actually faces the tavern. And so when you're coming into our driveway, you're sort of looking into the space between the tavern and then the applicant's house. And so that's the view that you're looking at. You're looking at the exposed 3 stories of the applicant's house, the 37 feet. And you're looking at the front of our house, which is the side that sort of faces Council Crest and Spring Trail, not the side that faces Nakoma. So that's the front door. And it's sort of a unique positioning because usually you don't have a house immediately in front of your front door. There's usually a street there, but just because of the nature of the tavern and because it was so early in the development of Madison, that's the orientation that we're thinking about.
Okay. And I want to ask you this question before I forget it, but I do have 2 other questions for you. You are the first owner, that in this process, this new process, that shared, I'll call it the shared home process. You were the first new owner. What did you understand when you bought your house that's finished? What did you understand about the history of the house as far as the perspective of the other owners and why there was never anything else put on this property that at the time was, well, no, not when you bought it, but it was one lot. What did you know about the history? What was that passed down? Because I haven't been able to reach the other owners. I understand they're retired and yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and thank you for that. So we also have lived in Nakoma for a while. We moved to Wisconsin in 2015, and we moved on to Manitowoc. So, we've been in Nakoma for a while, and we were familiar with the Old Spring Tavern. And, just in February, we were expecting to grow our family. We had a little boy named Harry, and we decided that we wanted to look for a larger home. And we saw that the Old Spring Tavern was available again. And we've always loved historic homes. It's what drew us to Nakoma. And, we really do take our role as stewards of this historic landmark seriously. I've always loved old homes. I grew up in an old home. They're a lot of work. They take a lot of upkeep. And, especially something that's a landmark, you have to jump through a lot of hoops and get certificates of appropriateness for any change to the outside. And we took that on because, we thought it was important to us. It was important to the neighborhood. And so we knew that the lot was divided, of course, and we knew that a house would be built on the adjacent lot. But we expected that, whatever was built there would be held to the same standards that we held ourselves, that the Landmarks Commission has been holding us to as we maintain and sometimes improve the tavern. And so our expectation was just that something of a compatible size, mass, and scale would be what would be built there because, we understood that that was the standard. We certainly didn't think it would be anything as large as 4,200 square feet or 37 feet tall or, whatever measurement that you want to use, whatever metric. We didn't expect anything of that scale. We were surprised and somewhat disappointed because we did think that it was detrimental to, all the time and money and effort that we put into maintaining the historic character of the tavern.
Okay. And I'm going to stay right on that point there, if you would. I only have two more questions. I know I said two before, but I saw this one that I wanted to ask you the same questions that I asked the furloughs. So when you talk about the front door versus the back door, you've talked about that it's always been, where people have come and gone. And can you just describe for the council of the front and why nobody ever uses the front door? I mean, the back door, which is, the reverse, the back door, which you consider the back door, and this one you consider the front. Why is it? Yeah. Could you talk about why nobody goes through that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are coming to our front door, which is the side that faces the applicant's lot, so you're coming into the driveway, you park your car or your carriage or whatever it is, and there's a main walkway that leads you to the front door. And when you walk into the front door, you see the original banister is actually still there, but you see a staircase up to the second floor, as you would in most homes. You walk in, you've got the staircase to the left. You've got a hallway down the center, and to the right is the living room. And I think that's a pretty common entrance to a lot of houses in Nakoma and elsewhere. Whereas if you were to approach the house from the Nakoma Road side, which is the back of our house, you'd see there's three small doors sort of in series. Excuse me. And so if you walk through the first one, you end up in our laundry room. If you walk through the second one, you end up in sort of this middle room at the bottom of the basement stairs that's close to two unfinished storage rooms. And if you walk through the third one, you'll walk into we use as an office or an extra bedroom. And so none of those really present themselves as main rooms. It's all sort of to the basement level. You have to walk upstairs to get to the main living space. And these are, the original living spaces when it was an inn and a tavern. This was the inn section. So it has the kitchen and the living spaces, the living room. Everything is sort of oriented towards the front door, being the side that faces the applicant's lot towards Spring Trail and Council Crest and away from Nakoma.
Okay, and then I want to give you my last question, so I'm going to wrap two questions into one. Can you talk about the impact of essentially walking out your front door really close or almost right next to another house? And then I want you to also talk about, if you could, when you bought your property from the developer, did you understand it was subject to the Landmarks Commission? Did you understand it was subject to the Secretary Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties? And what did you know about the box not being checked that would have referred it to landmark because the entire property is historically preserved? That's my last question, so I'm going to mute.
Yeah.
Last question for you. Sorry.
Thank you, Alder. So I did not know about the box not being checked. My understanding when we started this, I certainly knew that our tavern was subject to those standards and that, we would have to get certificates of appropriateness anytime we were to make anything that might alter the outside appearance of the tavern, and that we also had an obligation to maintain the tavern. And so any little thing that goes wrong, we have to immediately mend to make sure that we're preserving its historic nature. So we were familiar with that. We took that on willingly. But my understanding was that the adjacent parcel was also considered a landmark property, and therefore any home that was to be built on it would also be subject to the same standards in order to get a certificate of appropriateness for the build. And I did not think that something, where you walk outside your front door and there's something that's just sort of looming over your home. It's very unusual to have a home that close to your front door as opposed to a side door or a back door. It's very invasive. It's very close by. It's hard to imagine how that could maintain the historic character when it's something that is so overwhelming to the original structure. And so even though, we certainly understood that a house would be built there and we were welcoming to have new neighbors, we were disappointed that ended up being the proposal because we didn't think that it met those standards that we had expected that it would.
Okay, thank you. So I just had questions for, I guess either Rick or Alex could take the question. Or
Alder, let's pause and see if Alder Rummel or Alder Tischler has questions for Carly. Alder Rummel? No. Alder Tischler? Questions for Carly? No. All right. So Alder Burris, your next questions are for?
Okay. I guess we could go to either, they can decide as I ask a question, either Rick or Alex of the Madison, I think it's the Madison Trust. My main question is, could you speak to
Rick Chandler is representing the Madison Trust. Is that who your questions are for?
Either Alex or
Alex Salutis is representing himself.
Okay, so for either party, Mayor, for either party. Okay, I'm going to ask a question and they can, jump to the bit. Can either of you speak about the process? Can either of you speak about, as you've spent decades in historic preservation, can either of you speak about the Secretary of, generally about the Secretary's, the standard for the treatment of historic preservation that's put forth by the Secretary of Interiors? Well, it's a lot. It's like, from what I got, it's almost like a binder, like this big. Can either of you talk about, what happens when we get those 10 points that we got to follow, and how are those led? We got those 10 points that we are to follow, and then how do we? What's typical of if you're at an impasse? You're like, this is one page, but here's everything that we have to consider. Could you talk about that?
I'm happy to answer that question. It's the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. They're codified in the Federal Register. What you've seen in the city documents is just a part of the standards for rehabilitation. The standards for rehabilitation, those 10 points are sort of the guiding principle. And also in the section on the standards for rehabilitation, right after the standards, it says to interpret these, consult the guidelines for rehabilitation, and all of the other technical bulletins that they produce. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages of what is generally called guidance. I sent the council a list of the guidance with links to all the stuff before the meetings tonight, but the standard of practice, and as stated in the standards for rehabilitation codified in the Federal Register, is that when you apply those 10 guiding principles, you use the Secretary's guidance, and they're really thorough and exhaustive. There's chapters on just the site, chapters and publications on landscape features, chapters on the setting. It's really detailed, extensive, and I will have to say it's easy to follow. It's written in plain language, so it's easy to follow. And when you apply the standards, it's pretty easy to get a project approved. And one of the issues here, unfortunately, is that the Landmarks Commission did not have any of this guidance to consider when they deliberated on this. And it's really unfortunate to all the parties involved, because that would have, in watching their deliberations and seeing them struggle with different things, it's real easy when you turn, okay, let's look at this aspect of the project and the guidelines. It's real easy to get a clear picture on this meets the intent and would be approved, and this wouldn't meet the intent. Is that helpful?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And my last question is for Mayor, is for Stu, please.
Alder Rummel or Alder Tischler, do you have any questions for Alex? No? Okay. Then let's have Stu Levitan, please.
Yes, Alder. What can I do for you?
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, and I apologize for the way that I ask questions. I have a list and I stutter a little bit, so I'm always trying to control that. I'm sorry that sometimes it's hard to follow. You talked about being the former chair of the Landmarks Commission, and you spent 12 years on the Landmark Commission, and I understand that you have decades of experience in historical preservation. When you look at the videos, the Zoom, and learn what we did, why do you think? Why are they making the statement that we did not thoroughly vet all of the 10 standards that are required in effect? And then I also want to ask you, so I'll close out with this, is in your 12 years, did you ever have a historic property that you were just so like, I'm not sure about this, how this is going to go down. This feels like it's on a fine line. What's the normal process to get clarity? And then did it ever happen that there's a building torn down or a building put up and irreparable harm is caused? Then what?
Well, as to the first question, I don't want to criticize citizens who devote their time and energy to serve on boards and commissions, because it's a great, it takes a lot to do so. But I thought the analysis at the Landmarks meeting, frankly, was not really comprehensive. There were some statements that were factually untrue. I recall one commissioner explicitly stating that the houses in this part of the neighborhood are big, but statistically that's not true. They're 2,300 square feet, the 23 adjacent properties. I thought there were certain aspects of the commission. The commission did not address all the standards. I think if you go back and you were there, I was there on Zoom, and if people review the video, they'll see that there were findings that in order to approve this certificate, the commission should have made that it did not make. I think there is an absolute lack of evidence in the record that this project is compatible, and there is ample evidence in the record that it is not. Now, evidence record is something that matters. As to the second question, once something's torn down, it's gone. Now, I will say that there were instances when I was on the commission, whether I was chair or not, there were instances when I understood that what was consistent with the landmarks ordinance, especially of denying something, might not be consistent with the overall city policy, that maybe there was a larger interest to be served by the commission, by the council overturning us because we did our job and upheld the commission and upheld the ordinance, and the council, looking at the broader picture, decided no, citywide, we're going to reverse it. As I say, the council in 2016 made it easier for the council to reverse the commission. I don't take particular pride in the fact that I was chair at that time, but that I think that is what the record shows. And they did that because there are times that, for whatever reason, either inadequate information or people were missing. I mean, you will recall that there were shifting memberships of the commission at that time, and the very first meaningful action, the division of the lot line, was approved on a 2-2 vote with the chair voting aye when several veteran members were absent. Now, we understand that that's gone. That can't be reconsidered. But the process of the commission deliberation, with all due respect to the commissioners, I think could have been more comprehensive and more analytic.
Okay. And Mayor, I just had one question, just because Stu has such an expertise because he served as a commissioner, chair of the Landmark Commission. I wanted to ask you, well, really two, I'm going to sneak one in. Can we consider items that are not considerable when we are on the Landmarks Commission? Can we consider statements and evidence that can't be considered? And then I want to also ask you, what would you suggest as a council that we do so that the record is proper? Could you give us your opinion?
Okay. Could you clarify do you mean? But I understand the second question. I'll answer that.
I think the first question is a question for the attorney, which we'll get to.
Okay.
Well, so let me just clarify it, though. Let me clarify it, Stuart. So, if I was and I'm just going to make this up, it's like, I just want to consider something it's really, this has gone on a long time. This has been 2 years or,
okay. I got it. Yeah. I got it. The Furloughs have pursued this plan with diligence, with dedication, with hard work. They've obviously spent a lot of money. They are very focused. I know John's a good lawyer. I mean, they've done a very good job. But a bad plan pursued with diligence and dedication is still a bad plan. As to your second question of if I were in a position of making a motion or advocating a position, personally, I believe the evidence record justifies reversing the commission action and being done with it. However, I think a satisfactory resolution at this point in the process would be to refer back to the Landmarks Commission with directions to analyze this under standards 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9, and to consider approval of a new development no larger than the Old Spring Tavern and comparable to the adjacent properties. I think that is something that historic preservation advocates and the neighbors would accept as, okay, we lost on the lot line. There's going to be a house built there. That seems a reasonable resolution of the matter. If I were in a position to make a motion, that is probably the motion I would make.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions for Stu? Yes, go ahead, Alder Rummel.
Thank you. First, I should disclose for all my colleagues that I served for many years with Stuart on the Landmarks Commission, and he was always like very detailed and thoughtful and steered us a lot of times. I didn't always want to be steered by him, but he thought about it. And my question to you, Stuart, is the standard one, which the Landmarks didn't really take up at the last meeting, but there's this notion of the minimal changes to the building, its site, and environment. And I'm wondering if you could help us understand, because we've seen testimony that says the environment should only be the landmark site or the neighborhood, and what your thoughts are about that.
Well, first of all, Marcia, thank you for those comments, I think. I appreciate it. I enjoyed serving with you as well. There is a difference. I think a strict interpretation of the Secretary Standard, the phrase property and its environment, refers to the subject property. However, it's clear from the record, it's clear from Dr. Bailey's memo that references adjacent properties. It was clear from the discussion at the commission level that certain commissioners did rely on a misunderstanding of how this how the furloughs proposal related to the adjacent properties, that they did take that into consideration. So I think we've got a problem here in that most of the experts in understanding the Secretary of the Interior's standards do believe it is limited just to that property, but that's not what the commission did. So that's something that should be resolved. But within whether or not the application that was submitted in 1972, as I believe the 14th or 15th landmark in the city of Madison, that's how significant this property is. That's how high it ranks. But when the fact that it did not discuss the landscape 51 years ago, I think is not as significant as the fact that it is part of the environment. And whether or not at the very least, the phrase subject property and its environment includes the existing land, and that includes that walnut, that tree. I would defer to a definitive statement by someone expert in the Secretary of the Interior standards as to the definition of the phrase and its environment. But either way, this proposal violates that standard.
And thank you, Stu. One more question, more of a historical one. And I know you've been out of landmarks realm for a while, and maybe the ordinance changes added this new construction for a landmark in more detail. But do you recall that how frequently, if ever, a landmark site had a proposal to add new construction?
I can't think of a time. There were lots of instances where we had consideration of adjacencies, of a new construction next to a landmark, which I should note, when the property to the west of the Old Spring Tavern was built in 1974, the landmarks ordinance did not give the commission jurisdiction over adjacencies, even from a commentary perspective. I do not recall. There were instances, of course, of new construction in historic districts. I can think of some new construction in University Heights. I can think of new construction elsewhere. I do not recall new construction on a landmark site.
Okay, thank you. And so then part of that answer, I would think, is that we're not really conversant with the Secretary of Interior standards and our normal work as a Landmarks Commission.
This is tabula rasa. We are, to my memory, fairly uncharted territory. Perhaps Dr. Bailey recalls some other instance. But as I said, we've had properties built next to historic landmarks. I do not recall properties on registered landmark sites.
Thank you. Mayor, do I have the floor now to ask another person a question, or are we still?
We'll just see if Alder Tischler has questions for Stu.
Yeah, I won't pass up the opportunity to ask Stu a question.
All right, so I'll keep you in the queue, Alder Rummel. Go ahead, Alder Tischler.
Yeah, Stu, you talked about the this is kind of an unprecedented. It's kind of new. So we need to make this right, get this right. But I guess and you talked about historic preservation. I just wanted to I guess just reaffirm that when there's a lot of emphasis talking about the building, but can you talk about the importance of this, also of the site, its related components, and also, given your knowledge of Madison history, just remind us how this fits into the larger tapestry of Madison's history.
Well, thank you, Alder. One of that was the reason why preservationists opposed the division of the lot or the moving of the lot line in the first instance, because we knew that it would, at a very minimum, alter the historic landscape of the property and diminish its historic significance, which was as a stagecoach, as a tavern house for people who are going on down to Verona. That this is one of the remaining properties that goes to our founding period. This is contemporaneous with our becoming a city. This is when, my goodness, this was way out in the outskirts. This is one of, we've torn down most of the buildings from the 1850s. We've still got Grace Episcopal and a couple of others, but this is one of the very few buildings that harkens back to our earliest history. And any house that is built on that lot is going to diminish the historical significance of it. A house this large that so overwhelms the tavern itself that will compound that historical insult by economies of scale. It will be a degradation of the historic landscape on steroids. Any house there is going to be problematic, but a house this size in this location is just going to be, as I say, incompatible and will frustrate the public interest as defined in the ordinance.
Thank you, Alder.
And so one last follow-up, because we're talking about the size, but looking at the city of Madison, we're talking about historic properties that we're talking less than 1% of our city. So again, I guess in your opinion, the importance of preserving this, the last remnants, of Madison's early history, and I guess I really don't have much of the question. I guess just reaffirm that we're talking about a really small percentage of the entire city that we're talking about, and then on this lot, so that's not so much a question, I guess, and they're more just a statement, I guess, just to reaffirm that.
So perhaps if you wanted to frame it as a question, you could ask Mr. Levitan what percentage of the city is a city landmark.
Yes. Well, I think let me call up the number here. I don't know the actual number, the size, but there are 182 parcels in the city of Madison that are historic landmarks. I think that's a minuscule percentage of the land mass in the city of Madison. As you note, I spent 12 years doing what I could for landmarks and historic preservation. I write history books because I think it's important, and I think that this is why the ordinance was created, was to protect properties like this, a property that was so significant it was landmarked within 1 year of the adoption of the ordinance. That's how significant this is, and it cannot be fixed once it is degraded. This is the kind of thing that you can't go back for. If you take the time to do it right, perhaps you can minimize the damage. But if you don't take the time, the damage will be irrevocable.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, back to you. You're muted, Alder. Thank you, Stu.
Sorry. Thank you, everyone. I have questions for Rick Chandler.
Do we have Rick?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thanks for sending so many emails to the commission and us. It's almost hard to keep track of all the really good correspondence we've had in the last couple of days. But today you sent an email to all alders just late this morning, talking sort of about like the neighborhood and the massing of the neighborhood. Could you just remind us of some of the elements that you discussed? You opened it with like the standards that may not account for the wider area, but if you look at the wider area, because it was in the record, what did you find?
Yeah, thank you for the question, because I think it's an important point as you talk about the whole issue here. And I think the most important things in deciding about whether the certificate of appropriateness should have been granted are whether the house is compatible with the Old Spring Tavern under Standard 9, and what its impact is on the historic environment and the character of the landmark West Yard under Standards 1, 2, 10, and possibly others. So that's the most important thing, and there's been some discussion of that. And as I said in my testimony, I think the preponderance of testimony from experts is that it is not compatible with the tavern, and it makes unacceptably large changes to the West Yard. However, there's another issue of how does it relate to the rest of the neighborhood? And actually, this point was raised by the Furloughs in their memo to the council that they sent recently. They said the proposed house was consistent in size and scale with adjacent homes. Well, it just isn't. The size of the proposed Furlough house is 4,218 square feet. And if you look at the average size of the 23 homes on adjacent properties, it's 2,255 square feet, much smaller. And the definition of adjacent properties was provided by the Furloughs. They showed a map of what they considered adjacent properties. So we did a calculation. What is the average square footage of those? 2,255, obviously much smaller than the 4,218. And the size of the Old Spring Tavern is 3,573 square feet. And that right now is the biggest property in the area, and it's a landmark. It's on a very large lot. The Furlough house would not be on a very large lot. It would be on a small lot, so it would consume a lot more of the lot. And I think John Furlough said, well, you really shouldn't look at square feet for a number of reasons. And I think that just doesn't make common sense. Everybody who's bought a house looks at how many square feet is it, and the size of the house, the visual impact, whether it's compatible with the other buildings around it, especially landmark properties, is determined by how many square feet it is. So it's just not correct to say that you should ignore square footage. That's probably the most important indicator of mass, size, and scale, which are the standards, the elements that you should look at under Standard 9. So I think whether you're looking at it in comparison to the Old Spring Tavern, in comparison to the lot, or in comparison to the adjacent houses in the neighborhood as defined by the Furloughs, it's way too big for the site it's located on. Now, there's a solution to that. You could build a house that is much closer to the neighborhood average, 2,255 square feet. There's lots of people who live very comfortably in those houses, so that would be a solution that would work very well. just the one other thing, and this gets back to some of the testimony from Carly and from Kevin Pomeroy. The Furloughs showed the west side of their house compared to the west side of the tavern. As Carly talked about, the real comparison is the east side of the Furloughs house compared to the west side of the tavern. And their house is 37 feet high compared with 30 feet high for the tavern. And it's located on that slope 10 feet above. So that exaggerates the impact. And it's only 26 yards away. So that exaggerates the impact even more. As Carly said, when she steps out her front door, if their proposed house is approved, she'll be looking at something looming 40 some feet above the front door of her house. And I just don't see how you can say that that's compatible. There's lots of detail in the standards, but some of it just comes down to common sense. Is a 4,200 plus square foot house located 26 yards away, much bigger than any other house in the neighborhood, is it compatible with its setting? And I think the answer is no.
Well, thank you so much, Rick. That's the end of my questions for Mr. Chandler.
Thank you, Alder. Do you have questions? Oh, Alder Tischler, do you have questions for Mr. Chandler?
No, I don't. I have questions for another speaker, another presenter.
Alder Rummel, did you have further questions? No. Go ahead, Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I guess if Professor Alleman is still with us.
Do we have Professor Allen?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah. There was a discussion about checking boxes, but in my understanding that checking boxes does not take away the fact that the site it's a landmark site. You talked about cultural landscapes and how that was introduced. 95. But can you speak about the importance of we've heard about the importance of the landmark historic building, but can you speak more about the cultural landscape and the components that are tied to the landmark site? And I guess also maybe since we have a retired landscape architect, the importance of the tree and the topography of the landscape.
Well, yeah, thanks for the question. The Secretary of the Interior standards really weren't even introduced until 1995, and the nomination for the entire property in Tacoma is really based on that plan that comes from the early 20th century. So we're looking at a place that has a much greater context, which was provided by the bill. And I think in the
you're breaking up on us a little bit there.
No, sorry. I can't help it from this end, I guess. But anyway, cultural landscapes typically haven't gotten much attention. And if we consider the context of this place, the building, the fact that it represents so many layers of history that have occurred in the city, and yet it stands there as one of the very few remaining pieces of evidence of this part of Madison's history. So this is all then wrapped together into this package, which is now being discussed. And one of the things is also, of course, as I said earlier, is that the feeling here, I mean, the feeling is sometimes a very, difficult term, but it includes the view shed, the feelings of the buildings, the openness. That all goes back to that original period when the structure was built. And if we forget that part of it, we really do lose so much of the integrity of this site. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Alder Tischler?
No, I just want to thank Professor Allen for speaking on this. It's good to hear your voice again.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford, did you have questions?
I think I would like to hear from Attorney Kate Smith.
We'll get to staff in a minute.
Okay. All right.
Alder.
Thanks.
All right. Are there any further questions for registrants on item 6? Seeing none.
That was fine, honey.
Yeah.
Then we will go on to, much scrolling involved.
Gone over that a little bit.
Yeah.
So our next item is item 52, which is the landmark nomination for 2229 Eaton Ridge. We have 2 registrants wishing to speak, starting with Gary Tipler of District 6, and to be followed by Lynn Bjorkman. Gary?
Yes, good evening. I prepared the landmark nomination for the Catherine Clarenbach family residence, a tribute to Catherine Clarenbach so that her exemplary works would easily be remembered. She was a principal leader in the development of the second wave of the feminist or modern women's movement in Wisconsin and in the U.S. She worked as a university instructor, civic volunteer, and mother of 3 children, often working from home, writing and planning activities. In 1961, Clarenbach volunteered for a university extension project on continuing education for women that began her career of planning to remove impediments to women's professional growth that were imposed by policies and laws, and to expand women's contributions to society and the economy. In 1962, she began work to create the organization's structure and the basis for a Wisconsin Commission on the Status of Women, patterned after the National Commission established by President Kennedy. As a result of her year-long efforts, she was offered a position as the first director of University Education of Women, and Governor Reynolds asked her to chair the new commission, which included women representing all areas of the state, all walks of life, and minorities. In 1966, at the National Conference of Commissions on the Status of Women, Clarenbach and others founded the National Organization for Women, NOW, to lobby for change. She was elected as chair over several years. In the first year, the organization was housed at the Clarenbach home on Eaton Ridge. For the organization, she supported the simple founding criteria that prospective members reject racism and sexism. In 1968, under her guidance, NOW persuaded President Johnson to issue an executive order to prohibit discrimination based on sex. In the 1970s, Clarenbach helped organize faculty and staff to develop a women's studies program at the university, helped establish the National Women's Political Caucus to train and elect women to political offices, and her work on marital property reform and divorce reform eventually secured passage of state laws that were models for other states. In 1975, Clarenbach served as executive director of the National Commission on the Observance of International Women's Year, and subsequently served as deputy coordinator of the National Women's Conference Committee held in Houston in 1977. For that, she had planned 56 state and territorial conventions to identify issues of concern to women and elect delegates. And during the 2-year-long planning effort, she commuted between D.C. and her home each week to be with her family and to write. In 1980, she was founder of the Wisconsin Women's Network to Advance Women's Rights, presently a coalition of over 100 women's organizations. And in her career, Clarenbach produced nearly 30 publications, 2 documents, and 40 speeches.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Our next registrant is Lynn Bjorkman of District 13, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. Lynn?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Lynn Bjorkman, Vice President of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. The Madison Trust commissioned the nomination for the Catherine Clarenbach residence as a City of Madison landmark and strongly supports its designation. The motivation for the trust sponsoring this landmark nomination was the city's 2020 Underrepresented Communities Historic Survey report. As you may know, the report focused on community groups whose history was not yet recognized by landmark designations, namely the African American, First Nations, Hmong, Latino, Latinas, and LGBTQ communities. Women's history was the sixth focus of the report. The Clarenbach House was prominently featured in the report as eligible for local listing for its association with Catherine Clarenbach, as you've just heard, a national figure in the women's rights movement. This designation can show that important history, even on a national level, in this case of the Clarenbach House, can reside in our city's common, everyday places. The Madison Trust believes that these places are worth preserving. It's our intention to continue working with other individuals and organizations to designate additional properties called out in the survey report for local landmark status. This will help ensure that the important stories of Madison's many and diverse communities will be recognized, protected, and preserved. Thanks to Gary Tipler, the author of the nomination, who worked with preservation planner Heather Bailey on the nomination, and especially the property owners who supported the landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only registrants wishing to speak on item 52. Are there questions for either of the registrants on this item? Seeing none. Those are all the items we have registrants wishing to speak on. So, Alder Vitever?
May we have a 10-minute break, please?
Alder Vitever moves a 10-minute break. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute break. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we will take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 9:06. encourage alders to make their way back to their computers and turn their video on when they're ready. You are
Miss
1 minute. Yes, Alder Knox?
I'll turn my on as soon as I finish taking the insulin shot, okay? But
Okay.
I'm here. I'm present.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Appreciate it. We are less than a minute out from coming back. And that is 10 minutes plus a little bit. So if I can have everyone come back and turn their cameras on or wave at me to make sure that I know that you are in fact there. Let's see. All right. I will call the council meeting back to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitiver.
Here.
Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahalia.
Here.
Alder Wahalia is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Curry is present. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Sorry, Evers. I apologize. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan.
Here.
Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox.
Present.
Alder Knox is present. Alder Latimer Burris.
Here.
Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Alder Miadze is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Slack.
Here.
Alder Slack is present. Alder Tischler. I can see Alder Tischler.
Yeah, just a little slow on the button there. So I'm still here.
No worries. No worries. Alder Tischler is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So we are on to item 6, which is Legistar 80871, an appeal of the Madison Landmarks Commission decision granting a certificate of appropriateness for new construction on the site of a designated city landmark at 3701 Council Crest. Unless there's objection, I'd like to actually start here with a presentation by staff so that we can make sure that we are making the appropriate motion before we get into then questions and discussion. Seeing no objection, we'll turn first to our preservation planner, Heather Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Alders. Heather Bailey, preservation planner for the city, she, her. Go ahead and pull up my presentation. Okay, so up on the screen, we have a relatively recent Google Street View of the property in question. So what we're talking about is an appeal of the Certificate of Appropriateness, which is the long name for the Landmarks Commission's approval for new construction of a residence on what is currently a vacant lot. So for history of the project, this is about a new principal structure, which is our planning way of saying new house. So in August, Landmarks Commission reviewed the proposal. Landmarks Commission completed their review, said that they found that all of the standards for approval were met except for standard 9 of the Secretary of the Interior standards, with the finding that the building was too large. It was out of scale and character and massing with the historic resource and its site and setting. So they gave specific guidance for how to go about meeting that standard and referred the item to a future meeting so that the applicant could make the necessary changes. Landmarks Commission saw this project again in November, where the applicant went through how they had gone about following the guidance from the Landmarks Commission. Landmarks Commission found that the project was now in compliance with all of the necessary standards of approval. Later, the neighbors filed an appeal of the certificate of appropriateness, and then this was filed for introduction, and we are here tonight. So here we have a site plan showing the 2 lots that are a part of the landmark site. There were always 2 lots that were a part of the landmark site. And one of them happened to be vacant. So this shows the guidance from the Landmarks Commission, which wanted an additional 20-foot setback going from the end of Spring Trail. So you see this radius here. We've got the area showing the where the previous footprint had been and the new design in relation to the guidance that the Landmarks Commission had given about how to modify the design. And then here we have on the left-hand side, we have what the project originally was proposing, and then how they went about modifying the design, both making it not as wide and modifying the roof form. And here we have a couple of images showing the proposed new construction in relation to the historic resource that is on the adjacent lot. Just going to quickly go through those. You see the historic resource and the garage, which is relatively recent new construction in terms of the overall history of the site, but these the 2 resources in relation to one another. And coming a little further down, Spring Trail. So for what we're dealing with here, with the way the city's historic preservation ordinance is currently set up, when a property has a local historic designation, then it is subject to a design review. Landmarks Commission engages in design review at every single one of its commission meetings. That is its business. That's a large chunk of what it does in terms of its regulatory obligations. So for designated landmarks, and we do have currently 182, maybe we will have 183 at the end of this meeting, the standards that we use for evaluating the design is the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. For why we use those as opposed to developing our own standards, from the intro to the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines for rehabilitation, they have this statement up here. One of the things the federal government likes to talk about is that they developed this federal preservation program, and it ended up becoming the most successful local preservation program in the country. Many certified local governments, we are a certified local government, and historic preservation commissions have adopted these standards as their own for use in evaluating historic preservation projects. So we are one of the municipalities who have done that. We have a lot of experience at this point with applying those design standards to projects. So for applicable standards that the Landmarks Commission was dealing with the August meeting, it was a longer meeting, and they looked through the different standards that were in the staff report and talked through the proposed project. And the sticking point for them was that while they thought all of the other standards were met, standard 9, they didn't think it was there yet, particularly as related to the massing size and scale. So they gave detailed guidance to the applicant in order to meet that design standard. For other applicable standards, the petition for the appeal of the Landmarks Commission decision also cites this standard in the Madison General Ordinances, which we call the frustrate the public interest portion of the ordinance. And what we define as the public interest in the ordinance are the policy and purpose section of the MGO. And I will not repeat all of those. Those are in the staff memo that's associated. But for our policy about why and how we do historic preservation in the city. The Historic Preservation Ordinance, again, deals with design standards so that these places are able to continue to convey their historic associations. It is not meant to prevent development. It cannot prevent development. But we are going about the practice of engaging in historic preservation so that these places continue to be integrated into our city as it continues to grow and change. So that we can continue to have a place that still reads as Madison, and it's not just a place where we are scraping away our past and only doing new construction. We want to sensitively integrate new construction into the existing historic landscape. So for the matter before us tonight, for an appeal, there's the standard there that I've got the full thing. I won't read it at you. You all are more than capable of reading this yourselves. But the conclusion of that standard is really sort of what you have to start with. This is organized kind of backwards that way. The Common Council can overturn the decision of the Landmarks Commission if it finds that the Landmarks Commission made a decision contrary to the applicable standards here in our ordinance. And so I just left in 41.18 because this was strictly a project about the standards for new construction on a landmark site, and it didn't go into any of the other possibilities that could be appealed. So that is what we are dealing with tonight. There was one question that came up as part of the testimony about if this being entirely new territory for the Landmarks Commission. As I said, Landmarks Commission does design review at every single one of its meetings throughout the year. In terms of design review for new construction on a landmark site, we do have an annual report that we do that details the types of approvals and work that are happening on both properties that have a local historic designation, so individual landmarks, and properties that are local historic districts. For the time that I've been here, I've now officially been with the city for 5 years. We have looked at every year except for one, new construction on designated landmarks. In 2021, it was demolition of park shelter in Tenney Park and construction of a new park shelter. So that was about looking at where is this located on the property. There was archaeology involved. And so Landmarks Commission has a lot of experience with applying these standards and looking at them on designated landmark sites and also dealing with new construction. Although most of the new construction they're dealing with on landmark sites are garages, they do have experience with new principal structures as well. So that is my quick overview of what we're dealing with tonight. It's about the Landmarks Commission gave an approval for construction on a developable lot that is within the boundary of a designated landmark site. At this point, I think I'm supposed to conclude my portion so that Kate Smith can speak to the legalities involved.
Thank you, Heather. Attorney Smith, do you want to speak to the law here and also perhaps suggest a motion to get us started?
Sure. So I'll just kind of pick up from where Heather left off. Heather, she had kind of highlighted that language in the ordinance. And when you are discussing making a motion and then making deliberations or asking questions, the threshold issue here is whether or not the Landmarks Commission decision was contrary to the standards set out in MGO 41.18. So this is one of those times that we're asking you to act as a quasi-judicial body, right? You need to make findings of fact here. And those findings of fact are not just, I would encourage you not to just make statements such as like just saying that like, it was contrary to the applicable standards. I would like you to explain why in the record. And you can examine the materials presented to you, the staff report, the record of the Landmarks Commission deliberations, all of those things to create a record of why you believe the decision to be contrary or to not be contrary, right? But we want to try to provide a clear justification for your vote. And that's because whenever I feel like that whenever I come in front of you and I'm like, you guys need to be a quasi-judicial body, it's because we're worried about getting sued sometimes and we're wondering about like what happens next. And the what happens next is for however the decision goes, it's going to be reviewed through the process of certiorari. And that is the exact same process that I've talked to you about before for conditional use permit review appeals, things that are decisions that you make as a body that then go to circuit court. And the circuit court reviews your deliberation and your decision and the record that surrounds it to see whether or not it was unreasonable, arbitrary, or capricious. If it finds that it was, it reverses it and sends it back to the council, or here, like kind of the landmarks decision. The Landmarks Commission directing a different decision. And so, what that means when we say things that are unreasonable, arbitrary, or capricious, I want to remind you that you should stick to what is in the ordinance, right? And your justification should be based on the facts in the record that apply to the standards before you. So what is not up for debate, for example, is whether or not the property line is appropriate, or if the certified survey map that was voted on like a year ago was inappropriate. That is just the context in which you're making this decision, right? Like that's settled. But instead, you need to look at the standards set out in 41.18 and to review if the Landmarks Commission decision was contrary to that. And whether or not they had they made a contrary to the standards. So I think that what I also want to do, and then I'll pass it. And so let's pause on that for a second and say that when you make a motion, whoever makes the motion, and the motion is for an action, the first part of the motion would be, let's just say, either that the commission's decision is contrary or it is not contrary for these reasons. And so that's kind of the threshold. And then you direct it to whether or not you are upholding it, reversing it, or sending it back to the landmarks with or without conditions. What I also want to touch on very briefly is to remind you that there is some risk analysis that we're asking you to make when you make your vote, right? Or us to consider, I should say. It is undisputed that this lot is zoned single-family residential. That means the city has already made a determination that a house can be built here. The way that it looks and the rules that apply, for example, here you need to have a COA. And I know that isn't something that comes, a certificate of appropriateness. I know that isn't something that comes before you very often. So think of it as the rules like a setback or in any other residential neighborhood, right? The lot is subject to these certain rules that we can impose on them, but it does not change the fact that the property owners have by right property rights to build on this land. So when you are making a decision, whichever way that it goes, you are and that could be to reverse it, to uphold it, or even the action of referring it back to Landmarks Commission to put another kind of step in this process. you are making a decision as a governmental body on an individual property rights. And so that has the potential of having an outside lawsuit come to the city, that the city is infringing on the private property rights to build. Spent some time developing it, all of that. And while that isn't a standard by which you consider it under the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation, it is my responsibility, I think, to alert you that this is part of the mix here, right? And on the one hand, however this moves through, whether or not it moves through a certiorari review by either party, I don't bill you, so you don't see that. I mean, my legal services still have a cost to them, but property rights, private property rights, and the government's ability to infringe on them, that's a monetary damages suit. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I don't think that any of you are benefited by not being told about that just when we're talking about private property rights, okay? So let me just check to see if I had anything else that I wanted to bring up. I think obviously I'm available to take questions. Heather is a fantastic resource as well. So I'm going to mute myself for now.
Thank you, Kate. Are there questions for either Heather or Kate at this point? And then we can move on to other staff if there's questions for them. Alder Knox, questions?
Yes, for Kate.
Go ahead.
So, Kate, what I heard you say is our decision should be based on the facts of the ordinance as it relates to the standards. Is that what you said? Generally?
Yeah, so great question. So, right, because what we're asking you to do is to apply the facts to the law. So the facts are going to include public testimony, either at this meeting, anything that's in the Legistar file from past meetings, the presentation, the staff reports. I think there was a couple of different staff reports here. All of that provides the basis for why you might think that the Landmarks Commission made a decision that was contrary to 41.18, the standards in, or it was aligned with the standards in 41.18. And the specifics to kind of why you might justify that reasoning, I would probably defer you to Heather Bailey, since that's really her subject matter expertise, or just kind of any other.
Mine is, okay. Yeah. So one of my questions is, so outside of that, should we not consider the fact that, you had a commission that made a decision, they had a quorum and a majority, but it wasn't the total body that voted. Is that a factor to consider or not?
Absolutely not. It was the committee had a quorum. It does not matter what the vote total was or who made which vote. The Landmarks Commission approved the certificate of appropriateness. Who was in what? Well, yeah.
Yeah, that was my question, because you had literally 3 people not voting, from what I understand.
And that does not matter.
And that doesn't matter. Got it. You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver?
Yeah, Dr. Bailey, I'm wondering if you could tell us, many of the registrants tonight talked about different standards that they didn't feel that were met based on the Department of the Interior standards, and yet you didn't discuss any of those in what the Landmarks Commission found. And so I'm wondering if you can kind of just walk us through what the claims are from the folks that we heard from tonight versus what the commission actually considered.
So for this particular project, there's all 10 Secretary of the Interior standards. For the original staff report provided for the August meeting, I provided a background and analysis. There were several different moving parts and components. And after the overall big picture discussion, then I got into a discussion of each of the standards of approval. So there's detailed analysis for each of the Secretary of the Interior standards. The Landmarks Commission discussed some of those. Just because they didn't discuss each one point by point, that does not mean that they did not take those into consideration. I am unaware of any of our planning bodies that requires a discussion by the given commission of a point by point for the standards of approval. They did have those. As part of the discussion, I know at one point the chair said that she believed that all of the other standards were satisfied. It was the standard 9 that she was stuck on, and the rest of the commissioners said yes, they agreed that it was, well, some of them, that it was standard 9 that was the sticking point in terms of the mass and scale. So all 10 standards were dealt with at the August meeting. The standard that they did not believe had been met, we then did a deeper dive in at the November meeting. If you would like me to talk through each of the standards, I can, if you think that would be useful.
I was more just trying to understand the disconnect. So how is it that this group of very learned individuals in our community are saying, hey, we don't think that the commission actually addressed these standards, whereas the commission is like, yep, we did. So like, that's what I'm trying to understand is disconnect.
I think there is definitely as we've seen, there's disagreement in terms of the conclusion about if any of the particular standards were met. The Landmarks Commission had a very lengthy discussion. So for sum total, I looked at the times on both of the meetings. For both of the meetings, it was a little over 4 hours. Half of that time was spent in public testimony, and then the other half, so a little over 2 hours, was spent in deliberations. They took this very seriously.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington-McKinney, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Heather took a lot of notes, but I want to zero in on just a couple of things. And you referenced standard number 9, but you lifted up massing, size, and scale. And so when you look at massing, size, and scale, when you are reviewing the standard 9 and the deliberations that went back and forth, the alignment or the question, was that answered in terms of massing, size, and scale specifically? And I'm talking about standard 9, but that's what I'm looking at. And so if that's what you lifted up and elevated, and were those standards, massing, size, and scale, did that fit the MGO 41.18? Was there any variance from that? I think that's my question.
Right. The applicant did not ask for a variance. That would have been MGO 41.19. So this was just about the standards of approval, which are the Secretary of the Interior standards for this given project. And there are 10 standards of approval within the Secretary of the Interior standards, which is what we use for work that happens on a landmark site. Does that answer your question, Alder? I'm sorry, Alder, you are muted.
I'm sure that one of my colleagues will expand on that, but specifically, I don't think it got to my question, but I'll keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question's for Attorney Smith. Could we ask the applicant or direct, if we referred this back to Landmark saying we didn't believe it met all the standards, I would say standard 1, 2, and 9, could we, and give reasons for that, could we also ask the applicant to build a smaller house, or is that out of our purview?
Well, the Landmarks Commission is ultimately the grantor of the COA, so you could give direction and feedback on how you felt, how the council found that the mass or the size was incompatible with the standards in 41.18. I don't know, and maybe Heather could talk a little bit more about this if there's a follow-up question, and like if my answer doesn't fully articulate this. I from the record, we know that the Landmarks Commission gave that feedback to the applicant. The applicant then modified their application. And I will say is that when we say that, we didn't just say, I mean, when I tell you that, and Heather could probably provide the specifics, but it wasn't the feedback to the applicant that, your house looks too big. It was like, we think you should reduce the mass on this side of the house by this percentage. Like, it was quite specific. And then the applicant made specific changes according to kind of the metrics Landmarks Commission gave them. So I wonder if it would be kind of confusing to Landmarks about what direction to go to if there were not more specific metrics, since they did already tackle that. But under the language of the ordinance, you can give, the council can provide direction to Landmarks through this referral. But if they've already tackled it, or with more specificity, I don't know if they will know what direction to go in.
Okay, to make sure I understand you, Attorney Smith, so some of the testimony, and I can't verify that exact number is correct, say the second iteration was 5% smaller overall than the first iteration. And so to me, it raises the question, is that really a compatible size when it's really not that different from the original size, which was deemed not quite right? At least I'm not sure all the elements that were in the first meeting. But I just want to get at, you're saying we could tell them that the mass and scale is not compatible and then let them figure it out? Or do we need to give them more direction? Like, some of the public testimony was the surrounding properties are between 2,000 and 2,500 square feet. We don't want to direct them to the exact size of a parcel, or do we? I mean, how would you advise me if I wanted to go in that direction?
My advice is that I take a look at this record, or this kind of how this has proceeded. And what our record says is that the Landmarks Commission provided specific feedback, and I'll let Heather pipe in a little bit, about how they should reduce the size of the house. And they reduced it by, let's just say, like the 5% on this in the specific area that they were supposed to reduce it, that the Landmarks Commission asked them to reduce it. And so they then went to Landmarks Commission with a new proposal, and they used the they used the standards. They talked about 9, and there was a finding that the certificate of appropriateness would now be granted because of this specific change. Like, that was in the record. They said, you've come before us with the change we asked you to make. You've made that change. We believe that we should now grant the certificate of appropriateness. So my concern from a legal risk perspective of property rights is to then send it back to Landmarks Commission with not specific metrics for how the project could be changed. I worry that that is going to not have a justification, that we are not, as a city, continuing to put unreasonable and arbitrary another kind of stopgap to the project that they are going to move forward in. So I mean, this is the great, I don't know what's going to happen, but there was a fair amount of specificity on how they should move forward. So then if there's not a specificity on what should happen next and it becomes more opaque, then I'm going to advise you that I start to get worried about the private property rights of the owners of the lot.
If I could follow up on that, the discussion at Landmarks Commission was when they said it's too big. And I said, well, you need to provide too big how? And they did talk about maybe we should talk about a percentage. And I said, let's not talk about percentage because that doesn't provide detailed guidance in terms of the design. If we went to a square footage route, John Furlow has already said if they make their basement into unfinished basement, then that cuts in half their square footage. They then meet if you're going with a square footage requirement. So Landmarks Commission said it's too long on the north side. It needs to be stepped back away from the side, and they provided guidance for how to reduce the length of that building. So they gave design guidance, not just a arbitrary percentage or a square footage that can be played with in ways that doesn't ultimately change the overall mass and scale of the building.
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bailey. So, when I when I look at the standards, I'm not on the Landmarks Commission. I didn't go to the last meeting, but I do have a question about that. But when I look at Standard 1, which requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment, I don't believe that standard is met given the size of the second iteration. So as a council member, I know what Landmarks directed. I know what the applicant did based on what you've just said and what, I've read. But if we still don't think it meets that Standard 1 and Standard 9, then when we want to refer it back, then what do we tell Landmarks to do about it that would be reasonable and, have some outcome that might be something that is, not just total frustration?
Alder, would you like me to respond?
Either one of you or both.
I would say the discussion at Landmarks Commission was about what is the defining characteristic. So it's not just that the site needs to remain unchanged, it's that the defining characteristics of the site. So Landmarks Commission's discussion was about, well, what is the defining characteristic? This property went through a really dramatic change in the 1920s, where it really shifted from, and that was part of the staff presentation at the time, where it shifted from its rural stagecoach feel to the changes like the Chippendale porch that's now facing out at Nakoma, the stone fence that was designed and partly laid by Frank Lloyd Wright out front, where this became a suburban property fitting into this developing neighborhood. So the character defining features of the site was part of that was that the context of this house became that it was part of a developing neighborhood. So Landmarks Commission was looking at the construction of this new house within the landmark site, its both relation and its sensitivity to the historic resource, but also the neighborhood context in which this historic resource has been in, again, for about a century.
Well, I guess for me, I focus on the minimal change and not the defining characteristics, but I'll let that go. I have one more question for the attorney. I recently watched the November 6th Landmarks meeting that Alder Figueroa Cole sent out a link to the meeting, and she had it start at the end of public testimony, so I didn't really watch that right away, but I watched the rest of it, the presentation by staff, the questions and the vote. And I honestly, and I'm trying to say this respectfully, have never seen a more irregular vote taken at a committee meeting since 2007. Honestly, the vote started, then the chair asked the maker of the motion to explain more, but meanwhile someone else had voted, but that person also asked it questions. And I'm sorry if this were to go forward and the applicant or the neighbors appeal to circuit court, which is another lawsuit that could happen. I'm really convinced that record that would from that meeting would be really unpersuasive and problematic. Do you have any? Did you view the site or the other alders? Did you watch that meeting? And I wonder if even if you think that it's probably a good thing to let them build a house, wouldn't you want to get some better kind of process and onto the public record than what happened at that November 6th meeting?
Who is the question for?
That's for the attorney.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure I can respond to everything because it's not my decision to make whether or not I think the house should be built. I want to also remind you that that's not whether or not a house should be built is not at issue. It's always been zoned single family. They can build a house there. But what the I deal with the record as I have it. And so I watched the meeting. The vote was taken. I mean, there's not the I don't think that there was a question about whether or not an action was made at the meeting. So I mean, I'm not sure if you're looking to refer it back for them to make the vote again. But the whether or not this goes back to landmarks or doesn't go back to landmarks, like that record exists as part of it. It doesn't get eliminated because it goes back. This just kind of continues the timeline of how it just adds chapters to the story, right? Like it doesn't take away the beginning chapters.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing. So I want to make sure I heard what you said. You're saying that that's just part of the entire record, and maybe it's sloppy, but that's not everything, and you're kind of not too worried about it. Is that a fair hearing of what you said? If not, please restate it a little louder. Thanks.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that exists, and I don't think at this point I am any more let me think. It doesn't matter really if I'm worried about the record at this point because it exists, and their deliberations are going to be part of it regardless of what happens next. So either you have a story where there was a vote here to return it to landmarks, and it's a bit of it's a choose your own adventure story, right? Like it goes in this direction, and maybe the delay in allowing them to build results in a damages suit to the city, or maybe maybe it doesn't go back to landmarks and just goes to circuit court on this record, and I write about that. Like there isn't. I don't think it's really my position here to tell you that I'm worried about one record or the other, because that doesn't eliminate the Landmarks Commission. Like they made the vote that they made it. There was a final action on it. I watched it. I don't think that I'm not concerned that there wasn't an actual vote that was taken at the Landmarks Commission meeting.
And one more question and I'll give up the floor. So if you're the Landmarks Commission looking only at standard 9, and I do recall the architect on the commission saying, yeah, you changed the setback and changed from the gabled roof to the hip roof. That's what we asked for and more. But it doesn't, that's just, to me, in my interpretation, is the setback is not really itemized in the list of item 9, which is massing, size, scale, and architecture features. So in my view, the architect definitely addressed the architectural features and acknowledged that, the applicant was responsive. But in an ideal world, should they have gone through each of these elements to say, this matters, this doesn't matter, they did this, whatever, because that didn't happen. And I wonder about that.
So, Alder, I think that's another way of asking the question, which was already answered, which is, did the Landmarks Commission actually consider all 10 of the standards? But Heather, do you want to address the specific, like whether they need to address the subparts of each standard?
Sure. So there was a more involved discussion of Standard 9 at the August meeting, and they talked about the architecture and the materials and how it would both read as a property of its time, but also that it was using a similar architectural vocabulary to the surrounding setting. So they didn't go back and reiterate that discussion at the November meeting.
That's true. They didn't. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Slack, questions?
Yes. I think this could be for either Dr. Bailey or Attorney Smith. So is there supposed to be consideration of neighborhood properties or not? Or within 200 feet at all? Just can you answer that question first in this particular case?
So, yes. In terms of the within 200 feet, that's language that comes from our historic district standards. So there's nothing that specific for designated landmarks. The Secretary of the Interior standards are written in a way where they can guide a wide variety of projects and a wide variety of sites. So the Landmarks Commission was looking at, particularly there was Standard 1 for characterizing features of the site and the setting. Integrity of setting is a big deal for properties with historic designation. And the discussion was about what is the setting for this property. And while it was originally a rural stagecoach, it hasn't read, that's the language we use, meaning it doesn't look like a rural stagecoach stop anymore, and it hasn't looked like that since the 1920s. So
I'm not talking about the stagecoach house, though. I'm talking about other neighboring properties. Are they supposed to be considered or not?
So in this particular instance, they did take that into consideration. Landmarks Commission both had to look at how the new construction related to the historic resource, the stagecoach, but also the setting of the historic resource, and the setting of the resource was this Nakoma neighborhood and the surrounding houses. So they did take that into consideration as part of review of this particular project. Does that answer your question, Alder?
Well, I heard earlier something about decisions were based on making reference to there's a lot of big houses in this neighborhood. Is that the kind of statement that's supposed to be influencing the decision?
So the comment in question, one of the commissioners said that, and you can go back and see this as part of the November meeting, that he thought the public testimony had been misleading about the size of the buildings in the neighborhood, that he had driven through the neighborhood and that there were a lot of big houses in the neighborhood.
Well, I'm trying to find out if that should be a consideration or not. Like, is that grounds for a lawsuit if that was built into the decision-making of the Landmark Commission, but it wasn't supposed to be?
In this instance, it was supposed to be. The Landmarks Commission was talking about what are the character-defining features for the setting of the historic resource. And the setting is that it's in a suburban neighborhood.
So it could be that there's big houses anywhere in a suburban neighborhood? Like there has to be some parameters around that.
It is. And they talked about the surrounding houses.
So just the surrounding houses. So it is within 200 feet?
They did not do anything specific like 200 feet. They looked at the context of the houses surrounding the historic site.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble understanding. Is there any requirement or exclusion from considering houses a certain amount of distance away in size?
The standard is not that specific.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for, Heather, and then a couple questions for Kate. I know that I just wanted, I know that we had a lot of people that have a lot of experience in this community, but I really wanted to touch on our own historic preservation experience. So, Heather, would you mind walking us through your credentials and experience?
Sure. So I've been working in this field for about 20 years at this point. I have a master's degree in history with a subspecialization in public history. My PhD's in public history with an emphasis in historic preservation and heritage tourism. I have worked in preservation planning since then, both at a state level for the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office, and at local level doing local government work. Most recently, I worked at the city of Durango before I came here. I give presentations and trainings both at the local, state, and national level about historic preservation, including the Secretary of the Interior standards. I most recently, a couple months ago, gave a presentation with the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions about how we do historic preservation in Madison. In terms of understanding the Secretary of the Interior standards and how to use that, I do have a certification for completion of the Essentials of Section 106 as provided by the Federal Advisory Council for Historic Preservation. Does that cover what you were looking for?
Period, Queen. Go you.
Thank you.
That's amazing. It's great to hear you are so well equipped. And then, would you mind walking us through the Landmarks Commission expertise and credentials for doing this work?
Sure. So this is a design review board, and so there's specific requirements about the membership for Landmarks Commission. So there's an alder. There's also 3 members at large. One of those members at large needs to have some type of experience in the construction trades. That's almost always a developer. Currently, we have an affordable housing developer. We also require a historian, an architect, and a realtor. So with that, all of those very specific requirements for occupation and expertise, all of these people are then supposed to have experience in historic preservation as well. So, for instance, knowing our chair, she got her master's in historic preservation from Cornell. She is the historian for the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. She does compliance work as related to the Secretary of the Interior standards as part of her daily work. All of these people have expertise and guidance for how they go about doing this work.
Yes, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that, Heather.
You're welcome, Alder.
Yeah. So sitting on that, would you mind putting me in the room, so to speak, because I know all of our meetings are virtual still, of this meeting? Did you and the Landmarks Commission hear the testimony that we heard today, or is there new information you heard? And how do you think that was then interpreted to the decision that they made?
So I can answer part of your question.
Okay.
Did they hear the testimony that we heard tonight? Yes. Those parties have spoken at each of the times that Landmarks Commission has considered work related to this property in the last 2 years at this point. in terms of how did they take that, or how did they use that? At this point, this would be my read on what was going on in their heads. They did respond to some of the statements and ask questions of the parties that provided public testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I'm going to shift to a couple questions for Kate. Miss Kate, hi. I would like to understand, I know an alder mentioned that there could be also like a legal appeal by neighbors. Is that something that you're concerned about? And are there, is there language that we should use to sort of think about if that's a possibility?
You know, it's a hard question asking an attorney if they're worried about something at 4 of a public hearing. I don't know. I'm worried about everything. What are you talking about? Look, I think that based on how involved all parties have been, the owners, the neighbors, historic trust, you know, on the one hand, it's really great to have this much public engagement. And on the other hand, that can often mean it continues to be appealed to circuit court because there's a lot of involvement. So I don't think that I am any more worried about this than any other decision you make at any given moment of any day. No, I don't think, I think that though, the advantage here is that we are having a very robust and engaged conversation, which provides then the record that I can like work on if it goes to certiorari review. So I will say, I think it's really good that you are all asking the type of questions that you're asking and talking it, and then we'll move to the discussion because it just provides more of a basis. But I mean, you pay me the big bucks to worry about you. I don't know. Stop getting us sued, folks, and then I'll stop worrying.
No, we want to continue paying you money. And I just have a couple more questions. I just want to understand, should we support the appeal? What precedence does that set for other properties of this type or other decisions that the Landmarks Commission might need to make?
Heather might talk a little bit more about how much they rely on past decisions when they're making future decisions. But it's not that I think that that's really more of a policy decision, a kind of a policy analysis, not really a legal analysis, because you're not creating like binding precedent from a legal perspective.
Oh, maybe I should shift that over to Heather then.
Landmarks Commission does frequently ask about precedent as related to projects for how did we go about this previously. In terms of the precedent for this particular project, I suppose it depends on the motion that you make and the findings and guidance that you include in your motion. But the Landmarks Commission will certainly take that into consideration for how they go about making future decisions.
Most certainly. Thank you. And then my last question, which it's like escaping me. I know that you had mentioned that the Landmarks had tried to review, like, oh, can we reduce the size? And can you just explain to me, like, is there even like a good way that we can like request the owners to reduce the size? It seems like there isn't a way we can do that without potentially putting us in harm's way of legal recourse.
I suppose I will jump in since in terms of, I would give you the same guidance that I gave to the Landmarks Commission. This is if you want to reduce the size, you need to do so in a specific design way. And that's why with the Landmarks Commission, it's very helpful that we have an architect on the commission. If it is too big, how? If we need to make it less wide, how less wide? If we need to make it less tall, how less tall? I would encourage you to be very specific in the ways in which you want it scaled back, as opposed to percentages or square feet, again, because all of those can be squished in ways that can have unfortunate impacts on the design, and then it doesn't end up meeting the intent of what it is you are trying to achieve. If there is an end that you have envisioned, please provide specifics for how you want to reach that end.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, questions? Alder Latimer Burris? If not, Alder Tischler, questions? I begin to worry about quorum. Alder Miadze, questions?
Not questions, just waiting for the time to make a motion.
So
we're not anywhere close to that yet, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, are you back with us?
Yeah, I was with you. I just am having to work, it doesn't, you don't always touch the buttons and they work. All my questions are for the attorney. So could you come to me last, please? Mayor?
Alder Tischler, questions? You're muted, Alder.
Sorry about that. I have a teenage daughter who's asking me if she can drive the car tomorrow morning. Yeah, my question, I do have a question for Kate, if I may.
Go ahead, Alder.
You talked about property rights. I guess I wanted to ask about what are the property rights for the other owner of this historic landmark site? I mean, how do we take that into consideration since you brought up the topic of property rights?
Sure. So when we think, generally speaking, you don't have a right to not have a house next to you if it's, a residentially zoned thing. So while her lot, the lot that she actually owns, has to follow all of the sections of Chapter 41, they do not have the property right to open their door and not see a house next to them if it's another person's property. So that's not, I don't know how much more specific you want me to go. I'm just trying to think about what they were talking about during the testimony that you heard, and trying to ground it in that. So I would say that you, for example, you don't have the right to a certain view, right? Those things are not, they don't have a right to have a vacant lot next to them that's owned by someone else to remain vacant in perpetuity. I mean, part of this is you're living in a relatively dense suburban neighborhood. So the home next to you is going to be next to you as long as it's complying with, setback requirements, that type of thing. And in this case, there's also the requirement of the COA.
Right. I mean, and what I was alluding to earlier, and maybe I didn't express myself well enough. But what's unique about this is that we have one historic site that had been owned by one person, one parcel, two lots, and only recently now it's been sold and sold, and so now we have two owners. And I guess if maybe you could speak to, since we have one historic landmark site that has two owners, they need to work together. Is there any requirement they need to work together? I mean, there is.
No, there's no requirement.
But one person does one thing for one site, one lot, it affects the other one. So you're saying it's just completely separate. No, because I mean, if somebody owned a tree and it's hanging over someone else's lot, you can't just go and cut it down if it damages that tree. I mean, so there are times when there's even though something on the other side, it does have an effect. I think there are situations where someone builds and they block I mean, I guess I don't know if sun rights or something, so I just wanted to kind of stress that we have another property owner, and I just want to make sure that we are taking that owner into consideration as well. And I guess has the record, has a record that has been presented? I mean, let me just ask this question. Bear with me, Mayor, because you're asking us to create a record, and to provide clear justification, for how we're going to be voting. But I guess and Alder Runnel points out. I mean, with the kind of irregular process, I guess is
a question, Alder.
Yes, with the irregular process. I mean, do we have a higher standard for the council now than what the Landmark Commission had to make their decision? I mean, we're being asked to create a clear record. I mean, I guess my question is all of what we're doing right now, talking, this is a clear record?
As clear as a record can be at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, the all of this is the record. I would say that, so in your example of if a tree falls on someone else's property, that would then be a private property issue between those two parties.
Right.
It is not the role of the government necessarily to go in and say, hey, neighbor, you should sue your other neighbor because their tree fell on their house, right? So there is this other private property. And if they could have bought the vacant lot next to them, right? Like we couldn't, they were sold as two separate things.
Right.
And so the role and the sphere by which you need to base your decisions on are the standards in 41.18. They could have availed themselves of buying both lots together. That didn't happen. And so as a result, you have to play within the context of the other property is owned by somebody else. And while it was originally owned by one person, that doesn't have to remain the case forever.
I don't know if we know
Attorney
that.
Smith,
Yeah.
let me say a few statements and please correct me if I'm wrong. Because I think it is after 10 and clarity is important. The property rights of the owner of the tavern are not a concern here. Okay? And the record that the council will be creating is certainly, while the entire meeting is part of the record, the important thing is the motion and the justification for the motion. So the questions are important, Alder, but
right.
the record is the motion and the justification for the motion, and then the vote. So that's what's of concern here. Alder Tisho, did you have additional questions?
I did. I'll just come back. I'll give Alder Burris a chance to speak.
Alder Burris, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. These are all for the attorney. And I appreciate all that's been said, and I really do appreciate Dr. Bailey. I think in my statement, I'll make that clear. So I'll just go backward. Just a second, please. Is the Planning Commission under the same standards as the Landmark Commission in regards to building the lot and the ability to do things?
I don't know what you mean. The Plan Commission wasn't part of this nothing went before the plan commission.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at is with the land and the lot, I'm trying to get at the right to build because everybody keeps talking about the right to build. So I'm wondering if the right to build is different from under Landmark Commission, is different from the Planning Commission, which the Planning Commission, correct me if I'm wrong, if I want to go ahead and split my lot into 2 lots, as long as I meet the basic conditions, and it's an administrative action. So I'm trying to ask you that question. Does that clarify it?
Don't think so, but maybe I'll try to see if this is the answer. So the lot has always had a permitted use of to be a single family home. So permitted uses typically aren't reviewed by anyone unless someone is asking for a variance, or unless there's this additional imposition of here, a COA. So for example, if you had a single family home and you were trying to build a porch in the setback, even though you have a permitted use, that would be reviewed by the ZBA. So the underlying
Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Zoning Board of Appeals. So the permitted use is universal, but that's not the same as like a conditional use that would have standards that would be reviewed by the Plan Commission. That's a conditional use, not a permitted use.
Okay, so so you answered the question that we have to pay attention to the COA. So I was wondering if can we send this issue back to Landmark Commission without comment?
Yeah, so if you read the section of the ordinance that talks about appeals, it says it doesn't, I can pull it up again, but if you look at it, it's that, so the Common Council may, I'll just flip it for your understanding. First, if it finds the commission's decision is contrary to the applicable standards, then it can send, in your case, refer the matter back to the commission with or without instructions. So yes, you can do that. Based on the history of this project, it's my recommendation to you that you provide instructions because it did already go before, but it is not a requirement of the ordinance by the plain reading of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you so much. So do you think that we have created a record beyond creating a record? In other words, if I speak 3 sentences, a record is created. That doesn't mean it's a full record that the court can make a decision on other than to send it back. Are you following me on that question? Am I making that clear? So the question is, do you think we created a record beyond just making a record by virtue of these conversations?
Well, it's not complete yet. It hasn't really happened because there hasn't been a motion with findings or specificity in it.
Okay, and then I want to ask a question, and again, I completely respect and appreciate Dr. Bailey. So I want to ask this question is, do you think based on what we've discussed tonight, we are equipped to deal with Dr. Bailey's suggestion that we deliberate the size and mass and give specifics on what should be done?
I think that is not a question that I really can answer for you.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is, upon your review, do you think that there is substantial evidence that supports the different findings 1 through 9? And
I worry that if I answer that in the affirmative or the negative, that would be maybe putting the finger on your decision a little bit more than is appropriate for me as a city attorney.
Okay, perfect. And then just in general, when we are deliberating and including covering deliberations at Landmark Commission, are we allowed to consider information that is irrelevant or outside of the, are we, yeah, I'll leave it at that, irrelevant.
No, you're supposed to not consider information that's irrelevant, but we can't control what everybody says. So, but when you're talking about making a vote, we've all encouraged you to kind of look at the standards that are in front of you as guidance for why you would make a vote in any direction.
So just to follow up on that, and you may not be able to answer this, but can we, consider and base our decision based on what the furloughs paid for the property and the unfortunate circumstance that this has been really long and hard for them, I imagine for the whole neighborhood. Can we consider things like how much they paid for the property and how long this has gone on? And if you can't answer it, just say you can't answer it. That's fine.
I don't think I can answer that without, maybe Heather could talk more about the standards. I don't have them. I don't know them as well as she does, but it doesn't sound like it.
That is not one of the standards of approval for a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going back to Attorney Smith, please. What if our justifications, now I'm going over to Landmark Commission because I am a member of it. But what if our justifications or findings for both of the meetings, the one in August and the one most recently, were not actually considered on the record? So I'm looking at the standards 1 through 10, and what if the justification of our findings for both the meeting in August and then the one that was most recently happened were not considered, or they're not on the record anywhere? How does that affect things? And that's for the attorney. And if you can't answer that, I totally understand.
So I think oftentimes it would depend on the I don't remember the specific wording of Landmarks, and if they talked about the staff report, which, as Heather said, included more analysis of all of the standards. And as Heather talked about, the standards were discussed at more length in the August meeting, and then they narrowed in on number 9 for the follow-up meeting. So I think that given that trajectory, it's fine that there was less conversation at the second meeting because it was building upon the conversation that took place in the earlier meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a couple more questions. In your legal opinion, and if you can't, you could just say you can't. What if, when you reviewed it, or just in a review, that we as a Landmark Commission did not tackle the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties with specificity? And then I'd ask a follow-up question. How would you know if we did think about it with specificity? So I can break those into 2 questions if that's easier. And if you can't answer it, please let me know.
I'm not sure I completely understand. There's not like a metric for what's specific and what's not specific. So I think I'm going to say I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so let me ask you a different way. When you reviewed the record and you know what the standards are and you know each of them, generally has to be met, what is this? Is it a problem that there's not specificity on each one? I'm not asking you in this case right now. I'm just saying, what if you review the record and, it's supposed to say these are the standards and they're not pointed to the reason that we're doing something and the evidence that's in the record that supports that decision? What happens then? And if you can't answer it,
Alder, I think these questions have been asked and answered.
I want to ask them, Mayor, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, with just clarity.
I understand you're seeking clarity, Alder, but you've now phrased the question 3 different ways, and the attorney has declined to answer it. Dr. Bailey did answer it to other Alder's questions, and I just would remind you and everyone here that we collectively have agreed to limit the amount of time that we take up in the question period so that we can actually get to a motion and to discussion. Okay, and there are additional Alders in the queue still waiting to ask questions.
Okay, so I just have 1, maybe 2 more questions. What motion could we make to send it back? And if you feel like we've gotten enough information, please just say that, respecting what the mayor is saying. What motion could we make to send it back? What would be your recommendation?
I can't make a recommendation for what your motion should say, but you should follow what is in 41.18, and I'm sure that Heather could put it back up if that's helpful.
Okay, and that's the thing where we're supposed to. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
I'd just like to make a motion. Whenever it's appropriate.
Thank you, Alder. We have multiple Alders in queue to make a motion. So when we get into discussion, everybody will have a chance to do so.
Thank you.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, are you declining to ask a question?
I'll ask it real quickly. And this is for Attorney Smith. We know that the current owner has the right to build a house. We've asked them to do things multiple times and they've accommodated the requests from Landmarks. And I'm just curious, is there a specific threshold or guideline to what would be considered unreasonable?
No.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Bailey and to Attorney Smith for their presentations and answering so many questions. And just want to remind the council of a couple of things as we move into motions and discussion. You have before you 3 options tonight in terms of actions to take. You can reject the appeal, you can uphold the appeal, or you can return the item to the Landmarks Commission. In each case, you need to state essentially 2 things. And the first is whether you believe the Landmarks decision was or was not contrary to the standards. And the more specific you can be about, particularly if you believe that the Landmarks decision was contrary to the standards, the more specific you can be about which standards you believe it was contrary to is very important. And if you choose to move for referral, while you're not required to refer with instructions, given that Landmarks has considered this item twice already and voted on it, it would be, I think, very useful to them and to future deliberations to refer with instructions, again, as specific as possible. So just would like everybody to keep that in mind, and it's probably helpful to have if you are planning to make a motion, it's probably helpful to have the ordinance standards in front of you in order to be guided by them. And then as we move into discussion, I would just also ask that we stay very close to discussing those, first of all, those options and those standards as the basis of our discussion, and not bring other things into the conversation that are not legally part of the basis of your decision-making process. So with that said, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to reject the appeal based on not finding conditions that violate MGL 41.18.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to reject the appeal. Discussion. Alder Knox?
That wouldn't be my motion, so I have no discussion on that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel? You're muted, Alder.
I'm going to send out a motion to refer. If you just give me a second.
Okay, Alder. Is there a discussion in the meantime?
And here it comes. Oh, and I'll send it to the mayor. And the clerk?
Yes, please. And then I'll ask you to read it for the record as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So I move referral. Hopefully it's showed up in your inbox. And the Landmarks Commission decision in support of the COA for 3701 Council Crest is contrary to the applicable standards under Section 4118. The Secretary of the Interior standards 1 and 9 were not met, and the council refers the application back to the Landmarks Commission to review the projects using SOI standards 1 and 9, and to use this SOI's rehabilitation guidelines to aid in the interpretation of the Secretary's standards. In addition, the Landmarks Commission should review how the proposed new construction could become more compatible in scale, size, and massing with the historic tavern and surrounding properties. And then I give motivations, which I could read, but I'll stop.
Thank you, Alder. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I think Alder Harrington McKinney beat you to it. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. The motion before us now is referral back to the Landmarks Commission. You should have the motion and the justifications in your inboxes. Alder Rummel, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. So whether you think that this should move forward because you're satisfied with the debate, or if you don't think it meets the standards, either way, I think we should refer it back to Landmarks Commission. As I stated in my questioning to the city attorney, that November 6th meeting was one of the sloppier meetings I've witnessed as an alder about the vote for, and to protect the city, I think we should send it back to, if nothing else, to complete the record, or to have, but that ask them to look at the standards 1 and 9, and okay, let me go back to my notes. And standard 1 is the one that talks about the minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. And I would suggest that the new construction is not a minimal change to the site. It's significantly larger in the square foot and massing than the historic tavern. And if we accept the staff report allowing the definition of environment to include the surrounding neighborhood, not just the historic property, then through the public testimony, we have been, told about that the proposed new construction is significantly larger than the surrounding neighborhood. For standard number 9, the landmarks discussed the architectural features and setback, but did not review all the elements of standard 9 for the new iteration in November. So they did not say whether the new iteration, the massing, size, scale, and architectural features, whether it protected the historic property, i.e. the relationship of the new construction to the historic resource and the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you. I will try not to speak more on this. Oh, so maybe I should just do it now. So first of all, I want to say this is a really unusual situation. The precedent is like, this probably will never happen again, hopefully, knock on wood, because it's a 2-lot landmark. I don't know that we've ever had a landmark that is now divided and 2 people own pieces of it. So that's in and of itself very unique. And again, I really think that the record for the second meeting is incomplete. And if we want to have a complete record to justify either the landmarks decision as they made it or as they might potentially change it, that we have a more a less sloppy process to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, discussion on the motion to refer?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank Alder Rummel for her motion. I totally agree with the sentiment of it. I guess what I would say is, even though it appears that the owners complied with the Landmark Commission's recommendation, I really think it's appropriate for the commission to reevaluate, particularly the issue of size, mass, and scale. I'm not an architect. I'm not a landmark preservationist or anything like that, but it just seems to me that from what was presented here tonight, the fact that this property is on a hill, it tends to dwarf that historic site. And so I think really, and I don't know if that's item 9 or 1, but I think they need to reevaluate that. And all of the commissioners need to weigh in and vote on this issue. So I'm very happy I'm going to vote in support of this motion.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, discussion on the motion to refer.
Actually, I wanted to make a motion, a friendly amendment. I wanted to, just a second here. I wanted to add that we charge the commission with reevaluating also 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10 reevaluation in the whole context. And then so if I could do that, and then I'm just going to speak once on it. So
I'm sorry, Alder, your motion is to add to the basis of referral, a request to the Landmarks Commission to reevaluate the project under standards 2, 3, 5, and 10.
So let me be real clear. Reevaluate, considering 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10.
So Alder Rummel's motion already includes 9, Alder.
Okay. Oops, I missed that. You're right. Thank you, Mary. Found that. 2, 3, 5, and 10.
Is there a second for Alder Latimer Burris's motion?
I'll second this one.
All right. So what's before us now is an amendment to Alder Rummel's motion to add additional requests for landmarks to reevaluate standards. Alder Latimer Burris, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to say to my colleagues that this is not about Dr. Bailey. What it is about the process, what I see it, as I see it, about the process, the value of our ordinance, how we get to asking the right questions and making the right decision, and our training. So as you guys know, I was elected to council in 2023 in April, and I was assigned the Landmarks Commission, I did not want to be on it. I didn't feel like, it was my expertise. I knew these people were very detailed and everybody around them are going to be detailed. They have to consider, property details, historic elements. They have to know about architecture. So I guess sometimes God puts you where you need to be, even if it's a challenge, because after the first meeting with at Landmark, where I asked a ton of questions, even more than I asked on this floor, and said, on the record, I didn't understand the standards of vocabulary, how one makes a decision, how one makes sure that nothing is left out as we are dealing with history, and what should I be asking? What were the historic preservation code? How does that relate to the Secretary of Interior standards? And, I could go on, but why? So Dr. Bailey, Heather met with me, and she's actually the one who trained me. She spent months with me, really. First, it was every week, and then we went to biweekly, and then to monthly. And Dr. Bailey, can correct me if I'm wrong with my statement there, but we met a lot. We just didn't, it wasn't like I just went through one time. So in our meetings, we went on her history, which is incredible, how she thinks, how does she get to understanding, what are the standards? In fact, then what is our job? What is our job? And she said, our job is to check over her work and the issues and the standards to make sure that we are in partnership as peers, that we don't miss anything, that we raise the right question, that if anything appears off, that, we help the staff, we help the city, we help the neighborhoods, we help the historic trust make the right decision. So it's a very weighty position to have. So she has a depth of knowledge, and so do a lot of other people in her department, which is very small, by the way. I got to know that there's not too many people. It's small. And I realized that no one is at fault or perfect or knows everything, no matter how long you're in this field. So the bottom line is, as we are meeting and we're getting to, really know one another, and I'm getting to know her expertise, I realized myself that, this staff does not have enough time, resources, the process to do the deep dive that comes with considering all that we are considering as we are pushing forward for housing in a growing city. But they do the very best that they can do. Now, that said, I want you to know, after months of us getting together, she is also the one that told me point blank, Amani, you are free to disagree. I don't take it personally. She said she didn't take it personally. And she knows that there will not be 100% agreement. She has to make a decision at the minute that she makes a decision. And we, the commission, the Landmark Commission, are responsible for making a record, for pointing to specific things that are not in compliance, and do a record in the level of, this is not in compliance, this is why we think so, and with evidence. So that was not done. I also want to let you know that as part of my training, we did not have, Heather and I did not discuss Old Tavern. I read her staff report, and one of the questions that I had is, I'm still not sure. She showed me the Google map, and I felt like, what else should I do? So per her suggestion, I went to visit the site, and I came away after visiting 2.5 hours I spent on that site, walking around, talking to the neighborhood, talking to the owners, going up and down a hill, trying to put the context of history as we are going to make a decision that is irreversible. And I came away with a sense that there is no way the standards have been met. There is no way that we have made an appropriate record. There is no way that we have pointed to evidence in the record that supports things. So, and we considered stuff that is irrelevant. because we started to conflate our job with our emotions. So that's all I have to say. And I hope that this council sends it back and requires the Landmark Commission to set a tight record, because it is a hot mess. And the more I ask questions about it, including to the alder of the district, it's even more egregious. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. What's before us is the Latimer Burris amendment to add standards for consideration to the referral. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to add additional standards to the referral, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
I beg the indulgence from the body. My computer kicked out, and I had to switch computers here. Which standards are being added to the amendment?
Yeah, the amendment is to ask Landmarks Commission to reevaluate standards 2, 3, 5, and 10.
Great, thank you very much. All righty, and on that, let's start with Alder Verveer.
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vidver.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, clerk. Alder Rummel and Miadze, did you have additional discussion, or you have a question about the motion?
I think number 9.
Alder Miadze, we're not on the main motion to refer. We're on the motion to add standards.
Okay.
All right. Thank
you, Mayor.
So one more time, the motion before us is the Latimer Burris amendment to Alder Rummel's motion to ask the Landmarks Commission to, in addition to standards 1 and 9, consider standards 2, 3, 5, and 10. Is everyone clear? All right. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, Alder Verveer, could I have you again?
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vidver.
No.
Alder Vidver, no. Alder Wahilia.
Come back to me, please.
Very well. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Duncan.
No.
Alder Duncan, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Field.
No.
Alder Field, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Govindarajan.
No.
Alder Govindarajan, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Knox.
Aye.
Alder Knox, aye. Alder Latimer Burris.
Aye.
Alder Latimer Burris, aye. Alder Madison.
No.
Alder Madison, no. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
No.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, no. Alder Miadze.
No.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Slack.
Aye.
Alder Slack, aye. Alder Tischler.
Aye.
Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Wahilia.
Aye.
Alder Wahilia, aye. I count 6 ayes, 14 noes.
With 6 ayes, the amendment fails. And so we're back to the main motion made by Alder Rummel, which is to refer back to the Landmarks Commission to consider standards 1 and 9. And I'm not going to go into all of the language, but again, you should have it in front of you in your email. So the motion before us is to refer. Is there additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion on the motion to refer, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vidver.
No.
Alder Vidver, no. Alder Wahilia.
Aye.
Alder Wahilia, aye. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Duncan.
No.
Alder Duncan, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Field.
No.
Alder Field, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Govindarajan.
No.
Alder Govindarajan, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Knox.
Aye.
Alder Knox, aye. Alder Latimer Burris.
Aye.
Alder Latimer Burris, aye. Alder Madison.
No.
Alder Madison, no. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
No.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, no. Alder Miadze.
Yes.
Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Slack.
Aye.
Alder Slack, aye. Alder Tischler.
Yes.
Alder Tischler, aye. 9 ayes, 11 noes.
With 9 ayes, the motion to refer fails. And that, I believe, will return us to the motion made by President Curry, which is to reject the appeal. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion. On the motion to reject the appeal, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Vitever.
Aye.
Alder Vitever, aye. Alder Wahelia.
No.
Alder Wahelia, no. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Duncan.
Aye.
Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Field.
Aye.
Alder Field, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Govindarajan.
Aye.
Alder Govindarajan, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Could you come back to me, please? I have a question.
Alder Knox.
No.
Alder Knox, no. Alder Latimer Burris.
No.
Alder Latimer Burris, no. Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Madison, aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Aye.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze, would you like us to come back to you?
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Slack.
No.
Alder Slack, no. Alder Tischler.
No.
Alder Tischler, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. I see 11 ayes, 9 noes.
With 11 ayes, the motion to reject the appeal passes. So the appeal is rejected. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Madam Mayor, I think I got my answer with the votes.
Thank you, Alder. All right. So that will take us on to item 45. Item 45 is Legistar 81395. I'm sorry, Alder Harrington McKinney, is your hand still up or up again? Thank you. So item 45 is Legistar 81395, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to nominations to the Police Civilian Oversight Board to modify the process for community organizations to nominate members of the PCOB. On item 45, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Wahelia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to request to adopt the amendment, and it's the only language instead of 3 members. instead of 3 members for organization to submit for recommendation, it's 2 members.
Second.
So the amendment from Alder Healy is to change the number 3 to the number 2. Are there questions about the substance of the amendment? Seeing none, Alder Madison.
Yes, I'm just curious from 3 to 2, only because sometimes there's such a challenge to get community members on similar kinds of bodies. So I'm just curious as for the reason from 3 to 2.
So I don't want to speak for the Alder, but this would actually make it easier because community organizations only have to submit 2 names as opposed to 3 names.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, thank you for the clarifying because I am tired.
Yeah. Nope, that's part of my job. Seeing no further questions about the amendment, is there any objection to incorporating the amendment into the main motion? Seeing no objection, that's what's before us. Is there questions or discussion? Seeing no questions or discussion, Alder Knox.
I want to say, as someone that's familiar with this process, having served on the inaugural PCOB, there is even a problem with getting one person recommended from these agencies. So where I think this makes it easier, just letting you know that there are a lot of agencies who, were having trouble even coming up with 2. So just a comment.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Vice President Figueroa Cole. You're muted, Alder.
Not sure if Attorney Haas is still in the room, but to that point, the other change that they were requesting is in case that the non-profit organizations cannot submit 2 people, 2-3 people, then they are able to to select people from a separate pool, from a general pool of applicants. So point taken, but that's the safeguard they're adding to the whole ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox for the second time.
Yeah, I just want to comment I just feel if an organization has someone from their organization that they want to recommend, why not take that recommendation? It is their organization. It is the person that they are requesting to represent their organization. So why would it go to a general pool when you can take the whole intent is to take that organization's recommendation? That makes no sense to me. That's my comment.
Alder. Attorney Haas, do you want to just clarify the changes that are before us, please?
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, that last point about applicants being taken from the larger pool, that is not changing from the current ordinance. The amendment would just allow that to be done only if the organization has not submitted 2 names rather than 3 names. The other part of this ordinance amendment was actually requested by the Civilian Oversight Board, and that is to allow organizations to renominate the current incumbent whose term is expiring rather than submitting multiple names. There are some of the original members of the COB have terms that are expiring. They would like to continue. The sponsoring organization would like them to continue. So rather than finding additional names to submit that probably would not be appointed, the Civilian Oversight Board is requesting that those incumbent members be allowed to be renominated by their sponsoring organization.
Thank you,
Attorney Haas.
Alder Figueroa Cole, did you have additional discussion?
No, but thanks for clarifying the change. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I have no other alders in the queue. wishing to speak? What's before us is item 45 as amended by Alder Wahilihe. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 45 and move on to item 52. Item 52 is Legistar 80422, a landmarks nomination for 2229 Eaton Ridge. On item 52, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
I believe Alder will beat you to it if you are okay with that, Alder Figueroa Cole.
That's okay. Thank you for having my back on that one. Thank you.
So it's moved and seconded. Dr. Bailey, I believe, has a couple of slides on this item.
Yes, very quickly. Well, if I can get screen share to work. Okay, so the property that we're talking about is 2229 Eaton Ridge. This is up for landmark designation under Criterion B for the standards. We've got 5 standards for 5 criteria that we could designate a property as a local landmark. This is for association with lives of an important person. So this was the home and workplace for Catherine Clarenbach, and it says could be at the national, state, or local level. She was significant for women's history and the women's movement at both the local level, the state level, and the national level. This nomination is a really good place-based history, talking about the ways in which she did this work and did this work from this property, and that this is the best place to tell her story. The work that she did for women's rights locally, and then how that expanded out to the state, and then how that ended up playing out for her influence at a national level. It's a really solid history and does a good discussion about why this is the site to tell that story. So for the Landmarks Commission's report, because this shows up on your agenda as a report, the Landmarks Commission reviewed the quality of research and also the strength of the argument. This is really about, are you able to make a successful case that this meets the criteria for designation? And Landmarks Commission is recommending to Common Council that this meets the criteria for designation. For applicable standards, for what it says in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the instructions are for Common Council to consider the report of the Landmarks Commission, so that is attached, and consider the standards for historic designation. So it's about, is it associated with the life of a significant person, and then you vote to designate or decline to designate the property as a landmark. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Alder Conklin, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this is a question for Dr. Bailey. Right now, currently, is there anybody living in this home?
Yes, and so this nomination is coming forward with the support of the property owner. The Madison Trust for Historic Preservation reached out to the property owner, shared the history of this property. The property owner was enthusiastic about it. And so the Madison Trust paid for the nomination. And so this is coming in at the request of the property owner. The property owner is well aware of what a local historic designation will mean. And the property owner thinks that it is important to continue to preserve this site on behalf of the city of Madison.
Could you explain to all of us what that would actually mean if we do approve it then, if this is marked as a landmark then,
Designated
please?
landmark. So what that means is as a designated landmark, any exterior work on the property will need to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. For larger projects, those go before the Landmarks Commission. For smaller projects, those are approved administratively. We see about 200 to 300 certificates of appropriateness every year, and about a quarter of those go to the commission. Anywhere between 40 and 60 go to the commission. So it's not saying that this has to stay exactly as it is. We are not in the business of making museums. This design review is about the ways in which these sites evolve so they are able to continue to convey their historic association. So we expect that these sites will evolve for new and ongoing uses. The way that we lived in properties a century ago is not the way we live in them now. People want to add additions to their buildings. They want to make changes. Those are allowed. That is the work that the Landmarks Commission does. Does that answer your questions, Alder?
It does. And I just have one more question. So will there be any type of acknowledgement of if this, say, passes? Is there going to be anything outside of the folks' home acknowledging that this is the space, this is the area where she lived? Or how does that go notified to the public then?
Sure. So this will, in several ways. One of the requirements of the ordinance is that once a property is designated as a landmark, that the city will supply a plaque for the property owner to display on their property. So we will do that. In addition, there is a site on my program's website for designated landmarks. And so it's got a list of all the landmarks, the date of designation, the reason for designation, and it's got a link to the nomination itself. So we have this list of designated landmarks that are available publicly on our website for people to have access to.
Okay, one last follow-up. I'm sorry. How many marked landmarks do we have in the city of Madison currently?
We currently have 182.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bailey.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions for staff? No? Are you on to discussion, Alder?
Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I just will thank the trust for the work on this project. It takes a long time to do one of these. We don't see them very often. So it's kind of ironic that on one night I guess it's our historic preservation night, so we'll remember this night for a while. But what I raised my hand for is to ask Dr. Bailey to send to all alders that underrepresented survey, and I'm probably messing with the name. I was on the historic preservation plan when our consultant prepared this survey. And I don't know, I got really excited when I read it, and I think all of you will too, just to see all the people and places that are in our city that if we had the resources and time, we could honor more formally. And I think you'll really appreciate just poking at it if Heather could send it to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So the motion before us is to adopt. Is there discussion? Seeing Alder Tischler?
Yeah, on that same vein that Alder Rummel made, is just if Heather could also send us the complete City of Madison Historic Preservation Plan that does contain a summary of the underrepresented communities. But it also gives a real nice overview of the history of historic preservation, how we got to this point. So,
thank you, Alder. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adoption on item 52. And we will move on to item 58. Item 58 is Legistar 81016, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to salaries of officials to update salaries for alders. On item 58, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. I will note that this is a 15 vote item. Alder Vitiver, questions or discussion?
It was a request to see if we could refer to the next council meeting, but perhaps.
Alder
it's too late
Vitiver
for that.
moves referral. Is there a second for referral?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer this item to the next council meeting, which is 123. Is that correct? Yes. On the question of referral, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion on the question of referral, the motion, Alder Knox?
Why? That's my discussion.
Thank you, Alder.
I think we're all exhibiting it.
Folks, I know it's late, but
It's only 11:10.
You still have to ring in to be in the queue. And please don't speak until you're called on. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to vote for referral. And when we look at the hour, and this is going to be a very intensive conversation, and we want to be, all of us want to be really engaged and understand and give it all. And in terms of where I am now, we have to look at the time of the hour. And I think it would be prudent that this discussion is afresh so that we can have our input, whether supporting or not. But this is going to be a very detailed conversation, and I think it deserves more than an 11, I don't know what the time is, 11 p.m. discussion. So I will be supporting referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler on the question of referral.
I just want to ask a question if we will have 20 alders for our next council meeting.
Alder, I'm not sure of the answer to that, but I don't.
No, the question
alders are not required to.
No, let me finish. I'll just give you. Will we, with Alder Slack? Will she be? Is this her last night? And will we
yes, Alder, it is. There is as you will have noted on the introduction list for tonight, there is a by title only item to appoint a District 19 alder.
Okay. That was my question. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. Further discussion on the question of referral? Seeing none, the motion before us is to refer to the 123 Common Council meeting. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote? Alder Knox, would you like to be recorded as voting no?
Yes.
So with the exception of, all right.
I'd like to voted no too.
We'll do a roll call.
Thank you.
All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, then the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Rohelia.
Aye.
Rohelia, aye. Alder Bennett. Was that Alder Bennett? No?
Aye.
That was a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Alder Bennett, aye. Thank you. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Duncan.
Aye.
Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Evers, aye. Alder Field.
Aye.
Alder Field, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Govindarajan.
Aye.
Alder Govindarajan, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Knox.
No.
Alder Knox, no. Alder Latimer Burris.
Aye.
Alder Latimer Burris, aye. Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Madison, aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Aye.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Miadze.
Aye.
Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Slack.
Aye.
Alder Slack, aye. Alder Tischler.
No.
Alder Tischler, no. We have 18 ayes, 2 noes.
With 18 ayes, referral passes and the item is referred to the next council meeting. That brings us to the end of our items tonight. Alder Rivera, I believe it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, President Curry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, I'll be brief. But considering it was just brought up, just wanted to thank and acknowledge that this is Alder Slack's last time with us, and thank her for her service and wish her the best and her family.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Slack. We appreciate your service.
Been my honor.
So, Alder Rivera, perhaps in honor of Alder Slack?
That was my intention all along, Mayor, all night. So I formally move to adjourn in honor of the public service of our departing colleague, Alder Christy Slack. She will be very missed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn in honor of Alder Slack and her service. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we're recording unanimous vote in favor. Thank you, Alder Slack, and thank you all. Have a good night.